Yours on.
Yep. So where do I pin that? Just on the top?
Yeah, just on you.
Pin that to your collar, please. Yep. And you want to just pin it on the other side.
On the other side?
Yeah,
Okay.
the
Yep.
screen inside.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need to, can you hear everything? All good? Is it all connected now? All done? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh my God, where is... Yeah. I'm just
front of the library. Toilets are behind the kitchen. And if there is a line up, there are toilets in the library over just across the campus there. Grab someone with a 50 shirt or a Batchelor Institute shirt and they'll help you find where the toilets are or anything that you need. Furthermore, before the symposium concerns, can you please put all your mobile phones? I'd like to introduce my father, Senior Kanarakan man, Donnie McGuinness, to welcome you all to this beautiful Kanarakan and Warai country.
Morning all. Okay. Welcome, my name is Donnie McGuinness. As a proud Kanarakan man, I wish to acknowledge elders past and present on the land that we share with our Warai brothers and sisters. To everyone who constantly and tirelessly strive to make sure that events and celebrations like this run smoothly and without a hitch, I thank you for the care and commitment that you have put in. Anniversary, you never fail to amaze me how dedicated you are to the Batchelor Institute. I have been here for about 17 years now. Yourself, Costa and Steph have always been helpful and friendly. This kindness and dedication does not go unnoticed, and we need more of that. Okay, and a big thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, I'll keep it brief. Finally, thanks to all staff, all lecturers. Thank you to every student that chose Batchelor Institute to do their studies. And an almighty thank you to the Batchelor Institute. Happy 50th, old girl.
Thank you for that welcome, and I would also like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land on which we are gathered here today, the Kanarakan and Warai people. This is a huge celebration for us as Batchelor Institute turns 50. From 1974 to 2024, we honour and celebrate all of our graduates over the years and all of our staff and students. I would like to say a little bit about myself and who I am. My name is Candice McGuinness, as I told you. I'm a proud Kanarakan descendant, also known as Wawak. Wawak means little one. I got that name from my grandfather because I was always Granddad's little girl in his eyes. I started here as a student back in 2014 and worked my way up. I started as a cleaner and then finally got the position where I am now as a permanent team member in student progression, which I really love. Yeah, that's just about myself, and I would like to hand it over to Dr. Joe Martin.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the new title, Doctor.
Sorry, CEO, sorry. I was
Thank Donnie for that welcome, and I just want to point out that that's his artwork too. So we have many talents, and
Just facing down. Facing up so we can hear it now. If it's not up like that. If it's up like that, if I maybe just hold it like so it doesn't.
Yes, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really blessed, I think, to have you here, and especially at this sort of auspicious occasion, 50 years on. Better get to my talk, because we're pretty strict people here at So, on behalf of Batchelor Institute, I would like to begin by paying respect.
That was before we just fixed it.
Batchelor Institute commemorates their 50th milestone. On time. Their 50th anniversary as the nation's only dual sector First Nations-led research institute has seen us run a wide range of educational placements to literally thousands of First Nations students within the NT statewide. Batchelor Institute began life in 1974 as the Aboriginal Teacher Education Centre, or back then as it was known as a program which has been running out, that had been running out of Milton College in Darwin since the mid-1960s, and which was relocated to the town of
I know, Joe. Yeah, we're trying to fix up the
program
cameras.
complemented by a more advanced level of teacher training offered by Darwin Community College in 1970.
Yeah, I know. I'm just telling Michael to fix up the microphones and the cameras now. Well, we just wanted to put it inside out. So it's like outside the show. There was anything to show it. Outside the show.
Operating under its own borders, mostly comprised of members of the NT Education Advisory Committee. And the people who were around back at that time, it was known as BEPI. By 1982, Batchelor College moved into its current campus at Batchelor, which has continued to grow since that time. By July 1999, when Batchelor eventually became the Batchelor Institute of Indigenous Tertiary Education, it had grown to include a campus in Alice Springs to offer courses in education, health, construction, linguistics, business, media and creative arts. Over the years it has also established satellite study centres at Catherine, Norwood and Tennant Creek to complement its model of on-campus and on-site. In addition to that, it also established a publishing house and a range of other things that too numerous to mention here this morning. I'd like to conclude this symposium for run from today through to tomorrow with the theme of learning journeys, land and language. Those who are keen on not only academia, but also a cultural and lived experience, all having links to the Institute's staff, current students and candidates, or have been alumni and supporters of the Institute's purpose. Thank you everybody, and I hope you have a good morning. Good couple of days.
I was just about to put the speaker on you. Okay, let's kick off our proceedings. Let me introduce Associate Professor Robin Hackenberg, the Dean of Teaching and Learning at the Centre of Aboriginal Studies, Curtin University, who will be presenting a paper on holding heart and transformation. Could I just pin this on your shirt, just inside? Thank you.
Learning journey, holding heart and transformation. First of all, I pay my respects to this beautiful country and those who are sharing their traditional land and waters on which we meet today, the Kunarakan and Warai people. It's a huge privilege to be speaking to you, and I'm grateful to be standing on this country. I acknowledge the elders here and the ancestors who have come before and continue to bless us. I mention too my old people of the Wiradjuri Nation and their learning and their profound sharing of knowledge and truth-telling that allows me to stand on 2 feet here today with conviction and right way speaking. Batchelor is unique, as Joe just described. I get a bit sentimental, and I am an alumni. Batchelor, of course, is in the unique position of having been part of several intersectorial relationships with a number of institutions over the years, which has given Batchelor unique insight into higher education across Australia. Batchelor has had a big role to play beyond its immediate footprint, having influenced the implementation of Batchelor's ideas across the nation. At the Centre for Aboriginal Studies, for example, where my job is, ideas were borrowed from Batchelor many years ago, which were built into a degree program when some young Noongar fellas took it down the curtain from up here. It still runs today. That was their lucky find and is one of our flagships. An invitation is always open to Batchelor to come and visit us. Our hands and our hearts are open to Batchelor, and we would love to reciprocate what you did for Kaz all those years ago. Batchelor is now a leader in Indigenous higher degree by research training in the spaces of just a few years. The master classes are amazing and compelling. I am taken back to a time when Doyle and Georgilla, 2 students back then, set up a single point in a single little office, which they called on a sign, Batchelor Research Office. So, they would be so impressed, seeing a time now when Batchelor is creating a major footprint across Australia and globally in student research projects under an empowering duty of care and a stewardship of excellence. Back then, it was a dream, one of many of those who came before I was. For contemporary context, ways of doing that hold strong with the tradition of law and culture, these are still of the greatest value. Suffice to say, Batchelor has inspired leadership, innovation and entrepreneurship over many years. For example, media and BRACS were the brainchild of many visionaries, with people like Charlie Perkins and others who saw how important it would become, and the training and growth that became a phenomenon, with Indigenous radio being everywhere from Port Keats to Warrnambool. These efforts are intergenerational, the trailblazers spawning unique space-time travellers who have propelled contemporary creative arts media into international, national and local acclaim. Learning is lifelong. Ancora imparo, always learning. The theme of a journey where literally you are the journeyman or woman seems an apt and straightforward metaphor to symbolise the learning and research way ahead. Apt also in a continent where a lot of us journey to get here, the journey of an epic lot of travelling. Batchelor, I say, in a heartfelt way, gave me that yearning of meaning making, of making sense of that journey, of finding the solution within the contemplation of the voyage and the many miles travelled, crossing the countries of many tribes and language groups. I think for many years, Batchelor was one of Qantas's most ardent customers. Leaving Batchelor at night. Leaving Batchelor at night to catch the red-eye south was like leaving Shangri-La. The feeling on board the minibus was palpable. Till next time, till we meet again. Back then, there was a map near the accommodation office. I saw my 2 boys, who were who were students here too, mark on that map. Then another time, I noticed they had chalked messages to each other on the roadway near the telephone. Batchelor College saw their notes to each other, but they didn't physically see each other. Batchelor was their mothership, the canoe they both sat in and rowed in the same direction. As many families have over the years, the stories have commonality as the threads are gathered and shaped into unique gossamer storying across time. The relatedness and relationships formed speak of enduring time and space across the eons in our bloodlines. What does this mean in terms of our learning journey? In talking about transformation and holding heart, memories about transformational journeying study here was highly consequential for both ourselves and our communities and extends beyond just a learning narrative. The experience here, through an Indigenous way of seeing, an Indigenous way of doing, facilitated change in sometimes colonised mindsets and worldviews. As learning spaces often do, there was room to breathe, an oxygenated space, except of course when your breath was taken away, if you had to run across in the dark spaces to get to the telephone booth, wary of snakes, seen occasionally caught, and whose long, well-fed bodies were hung as reminders on the fence. There was no mobile pickup at Batchelor A. An example of finding oxygen. Take organisational structures. Suddenly, our ways of being and doing belonged. And instead of structures full of boxes, arrows and hierarchy, organic forms and compositions rearranged my colonised mind. I had peers who supported my own decolonisation, composing work in metaphors, symbols and symbiotic work, which demonstrated strong spiritual connections as part of cohesive decision-making and empowerment through cooperation. This form of pedagogy of explaining Indigenous ontology has now become more universal, but for me, at that time, Batchelor led the way. Such terminologies as leading through walking and decision-making through dance reminded me as a Southerner that our Koori traditions manifested solutions too that I can use in an ontology of connection with the ways I had grown up. Not everything relied on Western ways of doing things, and my lens of the world needed to be decolonised. Now, a personal story here, if she doesn't mind me mentioning her name. My lecturer Martha Kamara, was a powerful woman who cared deeply for women to own their own space and to grow their knowledge through the two-way learning process. This allowed me to understand my own Western education better and appreciate how I could draw inspiration from my traditions, thus incorporating a multi-layering, like in rock art painting and etching, where our stories are intricately layered in congress with each other. And the added complexity of both was a harmonic gesturing to this into the beauty of a colour wheel. Analogous colours appear near each other on the colour wheel and have things in common, like some universal truths around human love and connection to Mother Earth. And then some other things on the colour wheel which seem tetragic, working with polar opposites, polar on different sides of the colour wheel with different expectations. From another educator, I learnt how to read a journal article. So it made sense, but without getting bogged down. I have taught that method to others since. It is really useful if scholars are reading material in their third or fourth language, and it also helps with international students. Again, another Martha story with her own unique pedagogy. To get back to a style of teaching common to our lecturers, I had a site visit for a week one time in Albury-Wodonga, a workplace assessment. At that time, I had 4 jobs, but luckily I took my attention to the larger part of my work where I was an ALO at a border university. I made up an itinerary for Martha, and there were many meetings to go and organisations to attend. It was a full week. I loved my job and drawn to guest lectures that were actually freebies, I might add, having been a former TAFE teacher. Indigenous work and support tended to be about many things, including teaching. Martha attended with me and listened to my talk. Later, when she had assessed my work, she kindly emphasised that what I was doing in admin was academic. Soon after, I got a job as an academic. She had inspired me to see my own value. There are particular learning spaces and particular educators that impact one's world. The lecturers at Batchelor made me feel valued in a world full of personal negative self-reflection and uninspired self-talk. Perchance, Batchelor changed my own mindset and made me realise I had something significant to contribute. This was heartfelt because the people that supported me put their hearts into teaching. Martha said, "Your personal appearance is your visual resume." Can't you hear her voice? The other thing she said was, "Don't wear those bathroom slippers to work, thongs." I borrowed my daughter's school shoes because I had no others. When I went south to my new academic job, the church bought me shoes, a friend gave me some dresses, and I began the life that Martha could see I was capable of doing, but also that I could be useful to my mob and support the transformational change that Batchelor has as second nature. After that, I stopped feeling lonely about learning and instead realised how blessed. Students would often go back home on the red eye. I was going to Albury. Others I knew were going all the way to Gippsland. That involved a train trip too. One student took back knowledge of linguistics and later completed a master's at Monash based on what he had learnt at Batchelor. The moment when the bus was ready to go, there was a convergence of souls and people rushing to get others caught up in the far-seeing goodbyes to elsewhere. The mobile phones didn't work in Batchelor, so once on the main road, you would hear them all coming to life. But I feel that, and this is sentimental for me, so hold back the tears, but I feel that those few minutes of almost complete silence on the bus as we left was because we all left something of our hearts behind. Batchelor was like Shangri-La. For that little time there in this country that held us in the palm of its hand, we were in touch with our best selves, our own aspirations, but also the aspirations of the teachers and admin staff who had helped us get here, and inspire our courageous sense of selves and empowerment by the transformative educational culture that is bachelor learning and research as place. Us going back to our usual places and family hearths, renewed. Briefly, the 4th century North African philosopher Augustine speaks of collecting oneself from dispersion. For Indigenous people, this is significant as colonised bodies. Colonial regimes persisted to own our souls and in the end to try to own our very spirituality. This is significant. Moreover, as in the contemporary practice of truth-telling, still interpreting Augustine through Arendt, the absolute future turns out to be the ultimate past, and the way to reach it is through remembrance. Gloriously, I watched the performances of students creating space where the telling of history grew peer relationships and untangled trauma, and celebrated communal joy in interpreting story in telling histories. In this landscape, wherein the past, present and future really is a truth, we can reach back into this as an Indigenous philosophy. Augustine's people spoke of seamless passing of one-time dimension to the next, but that was only possible for the divine. Indeed, here again, we cut through to a realm of philosophy understood by Indigenous tradition, the realms of the gods, our ancestral spirit beings, creators as sovereign actors in the dreaming realities, working outside three-dimensional time. The circle is unbroken, the unbroken circle. The transcendent knowledge shakes the cage of colonial repression to the transformative philosophy of holding our own destinies. Belonging to our stories as sovereign aspects of Aboriginal spirituality, as our country sees us, as our country recognises us. Powerfully, Bill Niji puts it this way in investing his wisdom in us. And this is quoting him: "You must not leave your culture behind and story. You got to hang on and give it behind your children. Keep going. You got to think about kids behind us. They got to listen this story because they might go white European way. I don't know what they'll believe. If they hang on this culture for us, they'll say, oh, we got culture, we got story, we got business. So stay there." And the final word from Paulo Freire: "A deepened consciousness of their situation leads people to apprehend that situation as an historical reality of transformation and inquiry. The pursuit of full humanity, however, cannot be carried out in isolation or individualism, but only in fellowship and solidarity. It cannot unfold in the antagonistic relations between oppressors and oppressed. Problem-posing education as a humanist and liberating praxis posits as fundamental that the people subjected to domination must fight for their emancipation, overcoming false perception of reality. We are decolonised spirits with our own sovereignty." Thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry. I always do that.
Thank you, Professor. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Pat Torres, who will be presenting a paper on, sorry if I get this word wrong, but Dungan knowledge system?
So I've prepared a PowerPoint, doing the research thing, the intellectual academic. So today I'm going to talk about reawakening the Ngarang Dungan. Now in my language, the Jugan language, Ngarang means original person, the sovereign person, the Aboriginal, the Indigenous, the First Nation. And Jandu is woman, and Ngant is the word. So I'm standing here as an Indigenous woman, positioning myself as that. And this is my story that will go through my 2 years of Masters. So, thank you for the previous speaker. She tells of a journey that we all have travelled. And so I stand here with the Indigenous woman's point of view. And you'll see various pictures of me in this presentation, not because I'm big noting myself, but because I'm talking from an Indigenous woman perspective and this is my story. So sometimes you get sort of like, all right, you know, we're doing our work, but we're not big noting ourselves. We're creating the travels for people to follow. So like the previous speaker, I'm here with my paraphernalia, the yellow emu feathers, which I am connected to. So on the front here, you'll see a shell up in the corner that's called birrili. It's a yellow coloured seafood that exists on our shores. Underneath you see the fair coloured emu. So, you know, most people know about the dark emu, but in fact in Australia we also have a light emu. And in the Jugan area we had a really short little yellow one, and that's one of my totems. And up in the corner is a berry, a fruit called mummigan, and that's where I get my Aboriginal name from, Pat Mummigan. So I also came here to Batchelor in the 1990s to be a writer in residence. So I've had long-term connection with this institute as well. I then returned at a later time and I was employed to actually begin the establishment of the Kumali Cultural Centre. And we established that with Indigenous cultural knowledge coming into the college alongside the academic programs that were happening. And then in the 2000, I returned as a student to do a Bachelor of Indigenous Languages and Linguistics. But let me be cultural protocol specific now. So I acknowledge that, you know, the Bight campus in Batchelor is located on Kungarakan and Warai, and when Batchelor had a campus up in CDU, it was on Larrakia country. I respectfully thank the living descendants who are here with us today, and thank you for your welcome. I have a gift for you before you run away, which I always do as part of our Wunan. We bring reciprocal responsibility and respect. I want to respectfully thank the spiritual entities of these lands and the ancestors for welcoming me to these ancient lands over the last, 30 to 40 years. I've been coming here on and off. I asked permission to use my own Jugan language on this place of both ways learning and teaching to create a space for the First Nation person's viewpoint. I am a mixed heritage, original sovereign First Nation person who identifies strongly with the Jugangan, who are the original sovereign of the areas around Broome, Western Australia. So Jugan people married into Yaru, and we traditionally lived in the areas, but now because of native title, we now share it with Yaru. So Mabu Mabu Lian Janu, I thank you very much for having me here, and I have good feelings being here. Next one, please. So I begin my journey with 4 theoretical principles of the Ngarangu Jandu Ngan, First Nation woman's word. Recognising that Nilangang, Ngarangu Nilangang, so Ngarangu is Aboriginal person, Nilangang is our worldview. We recognise that this worldview, our knowledge and our realities are distinctive and vital to our existence and our survival, and it'll serve me as a research framework going forward. Honouring Ngarangu social mores as essential processes through which we live, we learn and situate ourselves as people in our own lands and in the lands of other Ngarangu people. So this is about walking the talk. It's not just about talking about it. I want to emphasise both the individual, the family and the community's social, historical and political contexts which shape our experiences, our lives, our positions and our futures. I want to privilege the voices, the experiences and the lives of Ngarangu people and Ngarangu lands. So this is adapted from an amazing person called Karen Martin. Next slide, brother. So what is the Ngarangu Jandu Ngan? This is one of my best photos, by the way. Taken by my nephew, Michael Torres, who's famous in the photography world. So Ngarangu is a Jugan language word that means original sovereign, the first peoples. Jandu is a Jugan word that means a female, a mature woman, the feminine concept of the notions of she and her, which is, you know, the latest thing people are doing on the ends of their little emails. Ngan is a Jugan word that means word, speech, voice, talk, perspectives, and to speak. Therefore, this session will explore a First Nation woman's standpoint and what academics call positionality from a Jugan person's viewpoint using concepts from the Jugan language. Ngayo Nilawal Pat Mamajan Torres, Ngaya Ngarangu Jandu. So my name is Patricia Mamajan Torres. I'm an original sovereign woman connected to several Western Kimberley languages, not only Jugan. And these languages are Jugan, Yaru, Gurridgeri, Ngumbal, Jabba Jabba, Nyul Nyul and Bard. So 3 languages south of Broome, or Broome and south, and 4 languages going forward. So we're talking about positionality. So in my introduction to who I am as a language researcher going forward, we start with the concept Ngayu. Ngayu in our language means me, I, myself. So Ngayo Ngarangu Jandu, it's in the speech of I am who I am. My conception totem is the yellow sand bivalve called Virili, and that was that little yellow shell that you see in the first slide. My spiritual protector is Winini, the light-coloured emu, where I get this from, and it was provided to me by my great-grandfather. My Jalnga, or spiritual power, is the gift of Jabir, and Jabir was an ancient snake woman, which I received that gift from my grandfather on my mother's side. So as mentioned before, Ngayu is a personal pronoun of me, I, mine, and Banaga is the kinship group I come from. So Ngayo Ngarangu Jandu, Banaga Jandu. So I am an Aboriginal woman from Banaga skin group. Jandu, mature woman, Virili again, the yellow sand bivalve, Winini, the yellow cream-coloured emu, Jabir, the ancient snake woman, and Mamajan, that little red fruit you saw up in the corner, which is called Mimosopsis lengi in the scientific jargon. And it's a coastal berry. So like that little red coastal berry, I need to be warmed up a little bit too, before I'm nice and sweet. I love to use those metaphors, you know, when we talk about our stuff. Thank you, John. So my relationality, this is another term you'll find in the academic literature. with the natural environment. So up in the corner there, there's me standing on top of Winjalungan, which is a place where my mother was born, but it's near the Mangrove Hotel, looking over into the bay. So Winini, the light-coloured emu, we have incredible stories about Winini. But Winini is one of the powerful beings in our world, and when I stand with these feathers, I stand with authority, because Emu woman was one of the big law people in our area. Really beautiful little shell. Now, my mother dreamt me as a spirit child, a Rai, we call it, and I'll revisit this idea when I further along. She saw me as a Rai spirit, gathering this little birrili in amongst the seashore. So it's a little yellow and white cockle shell. Most people used to eat it fresh, but as we all know, if it's your totem, you generally don't eat yourself. So we don't eat that. I don't eat it. And in the past, people used to ask me permission in order to gather enough for their families, because that was part of the cultural protocols of our region. The mummigan berry again. And in the right, I don't know if any of you were privileged enough to come to Stomping Ground, but the little snake symbol down the bottom, I designed that. That's my copyright on that design. And it's the rainbow serpent woman. So one of the big ancestors of our country was a female snake that created a lot of the environments around us. So I'm connected through all these things, a bird, a seafood, a plant, and an entity. Thank you. So when I talked before about Banaka, so Banaka belongs to what's called Jurungu Niwal, the naming of our marriage system. And Banaka woman is who I am. My straight one husband is called Burungu. My mother is Garimba, and her straight husband, Barajari. So on your left here is my Mimijanu, my grandmother, my mother's mother. And on my right is my Jalbijanu, which is my great-grandmother on my mother's side. So the wonderful thing about our system is that there's no gender in this. So there's no discrimination between sexes. So my brother and I occupy the same kinship group of Banaka. And so what it also means when we translate from our language into English, any woman or man who is a Burungu, I can call them husband, which would go against the logic of Western people who see husbands as being males. And so any person who belongs in the Garimba can either be my uncle or my mother's. In the Barajari area, I'm not really supposed to talk to them, but anyone who's in the Barajari, a man or woman, I can call them father. So sometimes you have females calling males, females father instead of auntie. And that's the way our system operates in this, Jurungu Niwal. We sometimes call it in Aboriginal English straight marriage. Thank you. So this is a picture of my mother, Bibi Janu. So she's the one who gave me the Nilangan Jugangan, the story of our knowledge and our worldview. So Nila in our language means knowledge. And Ngan is a suffix that you put on the end of things to say that it belongs to and possessed by. So it's more than just belonging, it actually possesses us. So therefore, Nilangan means belonging to knowledge. Jugan is the first sovereign people of the Broome region, and therefore Jugangan means belonging and possessed by Jugan. My connection, as I mentioned before, also include Yaru, Gurudjri, Ngumbal, Jabba Jabba, Nyulnyu and Bard, and Jugan, through my mother's line of descent. So my Jugan Midanya, which is another Jugan word, which means elders, old people, and in the native title, apical ancestors. So she was a lady called Mary Minyal, Mary Minyer, and Mary Miwal. So in the writing of our history, people mixed up our names and spelt them in many different ways. So sometimes that's a journey in itself, finding those connections. And her husband was Karam Injalman bin Drummond. So that's where the Indonesian, Javanese, Asian connection comes in for me. His father came in through the pearling days, and he married Mary Minyal. So Mary Mignal was born at a place called Ngunu Nguragun. And in our language, Ngunu means sister. Ngura is the land, the earth, and generally it has a female storyline behind it. And the word gun is one of those suffixes that means it's a site, it's a specific place, it doesn't change, that's where it is. And often it's connected to a waterhole. So you know that when you're calling out the names of country in the song lines, that there's a waterhole nearby that you can find to live. So my mother, Mary Teresa, and her Aboriginal name was Warar. She was born at the place called Winjalngam. Now, wing is a word that we use for mosquitoes and sandflies. So on top of that Kennedy Hill in Broome, there used to be a place called Star Hotel. And in those days, Aboriginal people weren't allowed to go to the hospital. So we had to have our births either in the places where we lived. Later on, they created a native hospital where Aboriginal people had to go, Aboriginal women had to go and give birth. So that place is significant for us, not only because it was my mother's birthplace, but also because the hill actually contained incredible stories about how the emu law was done within our country. And the yellow emu is really connected to me in many ways, spiritually, but also in my practice. So next. So how does a person come into being? Angarangu Wuba. So Angarangu, Aboriginal person, Wuba is the child. How does a person come into being? How did I come into being? So in that little picture of me looking sideways, behind me is a wumban, a waterhole, which is called Manalagun. And Manala was the ancient woman that created amazing things in our country. And it was also a place where fresh water came from underneath the land and went out to sea. So just behind me you can see a little bit of mangroves. In Broome today, they've created a new jetty for the tourism industry, so they've actually totally decimated that old wumban that was there before, moving the rocks around and putting it somewhere else. So during that period of time while they were doing that, I was actually getting very sick, and it wasn't until they stopped doing that did my health recover. So a child is born, so it's a Rai spirit, and we've dreamed the Rai spirit as a little child of about 18 months old. So when you dream your child, you dream that little Rai spirit. And that Rai actually chooses its mother. It's not the act of sex that creates a child. That Rai spirit chooses us to be the mother. And so that's a very active, concept. Mother dreams her child, and she dreams it in connection to an animal, a plant, a place, its gender, and even what kind of what kind of weather conditions, like whether it was stormy, whether it was sunny, whether it was windy, whether it was high tide, low tide, and all those things are very important to the person's identity that's born during that time. So a child's identity is created and realised before birth. So that's how, with me as a Baniga woman, my identity is already there because my mother is Garimba, and women determine the skin groups of their children. So even before I'm born, people know me, I'm going to be a Baniga. And when I turn out, I'm a little girl, so I'm a Baniga Jandu. So sometimes in our dreaming of our children, there could be a physical act that happens, and we call that banman. So people often talk about husband going out fishing, spearing a kangaroo or spearing a crocodile or whatever, and then the child is born with a mark on their body. And that's definitely happened within my families. So with me, my banman is that I have hair that grows, a lot of it grows from here, and I have hair that grows under here, and one on my forehead, a really long one, which I have to pull out regularly, otherwise it blinds me. And it's not hormonal. The Western lady would say, oh, that's hormonal. But no, it's not hormonal. It's because I'm connected to Jabber, the rainbow serpent. And that's the way we talk about it in our culture. So my Jalnga, my spiritual power, manifests itself in different stages of life. So when I was 2, my great-grandfather had to deal with me because I got tetanus. And he was a Jalnga man. He was a man who was a Mabban man. He was a man who was a healer. And he gave me that little yellow chick of an emu. And as I grow, that emu grows with me. So now that Oluman emu is like me, we're both Olumans now, you know. But she has protected me. So there have been times when I've been in the bush collecting madly, doing stuff with my bush fruit, and a stick's been just about there, but I never poke my eye. So I'm continuously being protected. I'll go out in really strange places sometimes doing my stuff, and then there'll be stuff that happens to other people, but it doesn't happen to me. And it's because of that protective emu that's there. Thank you. So let's talk about another concept called reflexivity. It's about reflecting back, thinking about. So what happens when we examine the Jugungan Nilangan, the Jugun people's worldview? Does it trigger a kind of what they call provocative thinking? Yeah, it certainly does. What is knowing in the Jugun sense? How do we know what we know? What is the difference between knowledge, knowing, and understanding? And I hope to, you know, look into that during my research. Can we, through the ordinary people, become activated about the love of their own lives? And so that's why I'm looking at Jugun people's lives, because we have been one of the most marginalised, disadvantaged. Our people were being taken off the coast in the 1400s through the slave trade that doesn't get acknowledged very much in Australia. So way before 1829, the setting up of the colony in Swan River, our people were being already taken off the coast for 400 years. The time they were taking Africans off Africa, Indians off India, Native Americans and Canadians, they were doing it to us as well, but it's not acknowledged in the writings of the conquerors because it's a shame job for them. So, is reflection the dynamic process of our own evolution? Definitely. You know, if we're thinking about our journey, and every one of us does that in some way or another, but we're forced as Indigenous women to reflect even more consciously than the Western academics are. And I know there's a new going forward now where every academic is being encouraged to realise that there is a bias in whatever they do, because they're coming from a particular point of view. And this idea of objectivity is nonsense and is another one of those convenient lies, they call it. So the sooner people get to, you know, grip with that, the better we can really be truth-telling, like we talked about before. So how do we find the truth about our people and bring it forward? So of course this is one way to do it. Get up here, speak your truth, you know, bring in your culture. Diversity is very much a part of Australia. And so we must respect everybody's experience and must respect everybody's diverse ways of looking at the world. Will our research into our concepts bring about recovery? Will it bring about renewal and the reawakening? Is research emancipatory? Yes, it is. I remember being a shy child, being stood up by tourists who were visiting to take a photo of me because I was a half-caste child. You know, I was a child that was mixed bred. And so they saw me as an oddity. And so now my oddity has become a strength in the research agenda, which is amazing for all of us. So can our revisiting our ancient metaphors and meanings bring back the ritual, the renewal, the insight and relationship in our life? And yes, definitely. I actually walk the talk at the moment because what I do in my local region is I'm a tour guide. And I bring people to specific sites in my country, I tell the story, and I share this concept of the worldview. And many people are saying, oh, we were never told this when we were at school, or I didn't know that this happened. And so this is how we can enact, you know, that whole process and bring it to life again. So these ideas have been pulled from a person called Maya. So what is the Ngarrindjeri Jandungant research agenda? So research must be non-exploitive, non-harmful, to promote Jugungan values and understandings. We must aim to decolonise research, which is what I'm doing in this process, using methods that are collaborative and reciprocal, non-exploitive and authority. I am what they call an emic person. I am an insider. I'm a Jugan person. Therefore, when I write about Jugan, I'm not going to put myself down, but I will reflect on the negative and the positives. Decolonising research epistemologically. There's that big word again, meaning worldview. To understand Ngurangu culture on our own terms, in our own worlds, without imposing Western knowledge structures, but we can actually bounce our ideas off their ideas, which makes for great, what they call dialogue. Dialogue is one of the words. Narrative, the storytelling of. So primacy must be given to the protection of Ngurangu intellectual properties, and this is something really felt strongly by Aboriginal people today. We have had more than 200 years of our knowledge being taken from us, everything being taken from us, and the last thing that they're, trying to take is our bush tucker and bush medicine at the moment. But we've gone through various stages of being taken from, because that Western thing is very extractive, and that comes from their own Indigenous perspective. The Ngurangu Jandungant research will be foregrounded with respect. We've learnt that strongly in our culture. Reciprocity, where we give back as much as we take. And the mutual benefit. So from the time I was a young person in my 16-year-old, and I was collecting the stories of my people through my extended families, there was always a give back. I would bring back food, I'd give them money for their time, and I would give them copies of whatever I'd collected. And that's part of this reciprocity. It must be done with informed consent within guidelines that promote our integrity, that responsibility I was just talking about, within our Ngurangu values framework, which include cultural protocols and traditions for the Jugangan peoples. So just in my little talking with different families, we are deciding to go on a family-based storytelling yarning, and then individual people who want to give more knowledge specifically, it'll be done on an individual basis. So there'll be a couple of ways that we're going to gather that information. Matters of confidentiality is really important. Rules for protecting. And this we've done in collaboration with my elders and specific people who are incredibly interested in doing this project with me. Must be built with reciprocity, partnership and collaboration, where they will get to review all the draft information I create. And then they will also reserve copies. So my research hopes to provide a word list, because not many people have access to the word list. Thematic dictionaries, which will deal with plants or animals or seasons and stuff like that. And everyone who has participated will get copies of that. We're currently looking at how would we make that available to all Jugan people, give them a little code they can get in. Now we have to act like that specifically with Jugan, because there have been a lot of people who have stolen our information and pretend that it's theirs. And that's what happened to me during the native title days. I did a collection of stories this high, and my manuscript was taken from me and used in the native title process without acknowledging me. People who'd never heard the stories before were acting like they knew it for their generations, when in fact they just had read it in my book and then they knew it all of a sudden. So those sort of things have been done to us in the past through the colonial process, and now by our own people doing it to us. They become the new colonisers. So we will do it through acknowledging fair returns. So where I can, I will be paying people for their time and energy. And when we create products for commercial use in the end, when we're doing children's books and all that, any monies from that will go back into whatever structure the group decides they want to do, so that it's community owned, and the people who contributed will be acknowledged, paid for, and get free products. I mean, there's always a complaint in the research agenda that people come in, do research, run away with the information, and then people don't hear about what happened to it. So, and I'm very aware of that, and I've been enacting that protocol of giving back ever since I was 16 years old. I'm now an old woman of 68. So I've been doing it for generations, decades. So, Galea, another language word, means finish. I'm finished now, The end of this session. but it's the beginning of the journey. And we have a concept called Bugarigara, which is where it means collection of dreams. It means our ancestral history. It means the cyclical nature of time. And so, Mabu Mabu Lianjanu, thank you everyone. And Bugarigara begins from today onwards. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Pat. We will now conclude this morning's presentations. Morning tea has been served and our mid-morning program will commence back at 10:40. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
That's better.
Okay, I think we can get started. I would now like to welcome our second keynote speaker, Shania and Sashana Armstrong. They're doing the Learning Nest, who will be presenting on a paper of Language Fluency Transfer Program.
Hello, sorry, just had a technical problem. Wada reina nukanam Sashana, yinga puram kwara, indakana arandarinya, muratunga, murakodanana, rilla warai, what? Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Kanarakan, Mabaka, Nona Anjanam, Etlerichik, Rilanguia Maba Yerkla, Rilanguia Maba Yaranam. Hello, my name is Sashana. I'm a Pradam girl from Henbury. This land will always belong to the Warai and Kanarakan? Kanarakan people. We want to think about the elders past and still with us. Thanks for having us. Our presentation is about our experience and how we are acting urgently to keep our language flourishing by learning with our babies and raising them as fluent speakers as our ancestors did. Now I'd like to introduce you to my cousin, Shania.
What up? Arina no kanam Shania Armstrong. So we are Pradhan people. We are Southern Aranda. Our country is about 120 k's south of Alice Springs, and yeah, our language is severely endangered with only about 10 to 20 fluent speakers left, mainly within the grandparent and great-grandparent generation. So we have we have like a elders committee where we bring all of our elders, all of our Pradhan elders together, and we just let them know what we're doing, how we're trying to keep our language going strong, and just to get feedback and what they want us to do. Yeah, so we meet up about once a month. Yeah.
Our vision is to ensure our children are raised within their culture, language and knowledge systems. The most easiest way is to have a multi-generation support system. In this photo we have about 5 generations.
Yeah, so the main thing we do is leave the white man's language, listen to the language, because our language was never written. Yeah, that's a quote by one of our elders, Doreen Abbott, sorry. And yeah, she works with us. She teaches us language. She's one of our fluent elders. So raising babies as speakers, creating a living domain for the Pradhan language where children from birth to 5 years of age can be raised naturally as first language speakers. So yeah, as you may know, children listen and learn from their mothers.
Mothers are the givers of our life breath. We focus on young mothers and carers to become fluent speakers and empowering them to raise their children in Pradhan. And by doing that, we support the young mums and take home the language and raise their babies completely in Pradhan. We connected to the Voice of the Land. A perfect example of that is on Fridays we have our cultural days. So we take our kids out on country to reconnect them to land, teach them how to hunt and help identify animals, plants, that's got bush food and bush medicine, and how to get creative. By showing them like seeds you can make out of jewelries and just other traditional objects. So.
growing a education system. So our long-term strategy is to open the first immersion school in Australia for our language. So our children can continue their education journey in Pradam through to primary school. So this is a photo taken last year with our little Ngitja Unja, which is our language nest, and yeah, these kids graduated from there. So last year we held a Master and Apprentice conference. We invited our friends from over in Oklahoma, the Ute people. Yeah, we had about 30 Indigenous language groups that attended, and over about 100 participants. And yeah, this was held at Batchelor in Alice Springs. Yeah. Yeah, we just came together to share the method of the Master and Apprentice program, which is, we have a master who is the fluent speaker, and then we have the apprentice, which is like a younger person willing to learn their language, and that's just a way of language revival.
So growing up, I didn't really listen to my grandfather and great-grandma when they spoke Pradam to me. So I basically grew up barely knowing my language, and I felt lost for a while, and then hearing of the language nest being established was a window of opportunity for my sons and myself to learn Pradam, and I just jumped for that opportunity straight away. Now I love hearing Pradam being spoken to me and my boys, and what I learn at the language nest I take back home and utilise it every day. My reason of joining the Pradam language nest was very obvious. I wanted to keep our language strong, and I will not let it get to will not let it end in mine and my son's generation.
There's no photos of me. So I grew up in Mount Isa, Queensland, and yeah, growing up there, I didn't know any Pradam. I didn't know any of my dad's language. Didn't even hear it until I moved to Alice Springs about 8 years ago now, and I first started with the Master and Apprentice program, learning from my elders, and when I first started, I just knew that this is just what I need to do. I need to keep my language going strong. I just very passionate and dedicated towards my language, and now. Because I started in 2020 doing the Master and Apprentice program, and now I am a language nest educator.
So here are approaches towards raising and nurturing a whole Pradam child. Ngitja, which is language, Mbanarinj, kinship, Enga, spirit, Mbork, body, Itlarinja, thinking, and Willinj, feelings.
So what is a language nest? A language nest is a language program for children from birth to 5 years old where they are immersed in their First Nations language. Language nests follow how our last generation of fluent speakers of Pradam were raised, immersed within their language, family and culture on their homelands. Language nests have been recognised internationally as the most successful means to revitalise endangered Indigenous languages. So English left at the door. Immersion is like diving into a pool of water. You are entirely immersed under the water, which is the Pradam language environment. We don't come up to breathe air, which is the mutually understandable English language, until our language nests finish for the day. Every time something is said in English that could have been said in Pradam, we are taking away from our children a rare opportunity to hear their precious Indigenous language. So, benefits of learning language. Early childhood is a critical time for the development of cognitive and social skills, as well as cultural and personal identity. A language nest is an excellent place to grow and nurture all of these aspects of a child's development. Research has shown that the English of bilingual children tends to catch up to and then overtake the English of children that only speak one language.
Engage is our main focus. We have books that are in English but put stickers over them and translated into Pradam. We have paintings and puppet shows in Pradam that are connected to the Pradam land and people. As you can see in the photos, there's a few books there. They've got the stickers over them, and we've just translated them into Pradam. In Bork, as I was saying, with their approaches, we do physical activities in the morning, obstacle courses, and just walk around to get our kids motivated for a great day at our Ngitja Unsha, our language nest. We ensure healthy eating, and the only sweets they get is from the fruits. We teach them to wash their own dishes after eating. It's not in the photos, but we also get them to brush their teeth to look after their bodies after lunch. After lunch, we have a round-robin activity set up. This is where the thinking comes in. As you can see in the photos, we have colour solving, puzzle solving, board games, and just other variety of activities where we have problem solving. Each morning after introductions, we give the kids an emotions chart and ask them individually how they are feeling, and they'll tell us how they feel. When they're in a silly mood, they'll say, Yinga Ritavalum. Most days we hear from our son, Yinga Portkawalum, which is, I'm feeling tired. And then at the end of the day, we ask again how are they in a song called Wudawara. Like, for example, I'll just say, Wuda Shania, Undamada, and then she'd respond with Owa Yingamada. And I'm just asking her, hello Shania, how are you? Or how are you? And then she'll say, I'm good. Enga, when our babies are learning and our mums, their Enga connects them to the old traditions, being connected to the country and the stories and the customs and traditions of their people. As you can see, they're just singing, good for spirits, praying. Would you have a prayer before we eat? You tell the kids to do? Barnaringe, that's the kinship. So, reconnecting to family is one element that ties Ngidja Unja. Both young and old learn how to connect, how to get connected, and know who's related to who. Kinship is very important and important for their identity. And also, since joining, my sons now know what their relation is to everyone when we'd see them out of their Ngidja Unja. Oh, sorry. Again.
Oh, window. So we employ our young mums to come in every day and to learn Pradam, and for also the children to learn as well. And we also have training for them as well. This is just the family.
One of our open nights.
Yeah, for one of our open nights we had when we first moved into, because we have a childcare centre at Yipperinya School, so that's where we're based. Yeah, we just had an open night to invite all the families to come in and see our new. So our daily routine. So in the mornings we go around in the circle and just introduce ourselves in Pradam. Then we have breathe, blow, cough to clear airways, and then we have our Pradam chant that we teach the kids. They all know it off by heart. And we go for little walks in the mornings, and then we have physical activities. Then we have our stretches. And then we have our Pradam yoga, wash hands in language, healthy morning tea, and then we get the kids to wash their own dishes. Then we have songs, dances in Pradam. Then we have arts and craft activities, story time. Then we have Pradam animation or movie. Then they wash their hands again, and then they have a healthy lunch, and then they wash their own dishes again. And then we have our round robin activities. Oh, this is just a video, yeah. Yeah. Maybe you should play it, yeah, just to show it. Yeah, that was the last video, but we're gonna end the presentation here. But sorry for all the difficulties, but thank you for listening.
Thank you for that, you girls. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Stephanie Barber, Manager of Student and Residential Services, Batchelor Institute, who will be presenting a paper on showcase metaphors, two-way education at Batchelor Institute.
Share with me 1 minute.
Are there any questions for Shania and Sashana?
Did any of you guys have any questions to ask the ladies while we're getting ready for Stephanie's paper? Yeah.
Just where's the country for Batam? I know it's somewhere near Alice Springs, but where does your country encompass?
South of Alice Springs.
Southern Ireland. The main answer that, there are 5 types of alumni, right? We got central, we got northern, eastern is Yawara, western alumni, and southern. So Puerto is like southern, so they southern alumni. Yeah. And with my alumni, we are like close neighboring countries. So I also help them, the girls as well.
So that's further south than Arts
Yes.
Range.
Southern. So leave Alice Springs, drive towards Adelaide.
Was there any other questions? Yeah.
The Rainbow Valley.
The Master Apprentice program, how did you find that process, undertaking it as apprentices yourself?
So when I first started, I didn't know any Puram. Just sitting down with my elders, talking nothing but language all day, every day. Because I learned Eastern Adanda, which is the language of Alice Springs, and it's kind of similar to our language, Puram, Southern Adanda. So I could catch onto it quickly, and so now I can speak in sentences.
There was a call, so the Global Indigenous Language Caucus sent out a call, and anyone could have participated in. They were like, this is a model. And so Puram, so who went to New York first? Vanessa and... Yeah. And so they went over, and then the Yuchi, who are the people who created the model of just saving endangered languages. So they have like the first language speakers, like growing up in Yuchi. Those babies are being raised in Yuchi for the first time in 200 years. And so it was a kind of a global call out that nobody really listened to, except for Puram. So, then we held the biggest, ridiculously huge, we hosted 9 of the Native Americans who are practicing that Master's Apprentice model. They came over and they worked with like 100 people from Australia across 33 endangered languages, and they taught the model, they taught the process of learning. So the Master's Apprentice model we know works. It's very time intensive, because you've got to sit down. They're really strict, hey? No English is allowed. And so it's a wonderful immersion program for those babies. See how healthy they are?
Yep.
What happens after 5? Is there like a language nest for 5 to 10? Or?
We're actually in the middle of, Ruth was talking about expanding to primary school years. Yeah. Probably starting next year, I think. We have a transition.
And the language continues at home.
Yeah.
Your families and old country when the child grows up at home and they go out in our country. The language continues. Yes.
Okay, is there any other questions? No? Okay, I'll hand you over to Stephanie now.
No matter how many times you get prepared to go up and get a speech, you never are, or deliver a paper. Sorry, excuse me for a minute. We'll put it this way, I'm going to save you some time. The paper I wrote, I culled from 30 pages to 7, so I won't do it. So, thank you, everybody. So, good morning, everyone. My name is, Candace said, Stephanie Barber. I am the manager of our student and residential services here at Batchelor Institute. First, I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the Kanarakan and Warai country in which we stand here today through our journey with and through Batchelor Institute, and who I present at present, who are also joining us here today to listen, sing and acknowledging Batchelor Institute's 50-year celebration on country. I would also like to acknowledge my elders who are here with me today from my countries. My Uncle John and Auntie Mavis, my elders, Naressa Bulsey and Costa Bulsey. I would like to further acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, seas and waters, communities throughout Australia where we live and work. We pay our respects to the traditional custodians, their cultures and their elders, past, present and emerging. Furthermore, before I proceed, I would like to recognise our students and staff who have passed on in 2023 and 2024 by observing a minute silence. Please join me. Thank you. Who am I? I am a Miriam Sumsep Darbai woman from the Torres Strait Island through my mother's family lineage, a Yandrawanda in Aminka, South Australia, and Quandamuka, North Stradbroke Island, through my father's family lineage. I am a graduate of Batchelor Institute. My involvement and experience in Aboriginal education at Batchelor Institute spans over 22 years. Over this period, I have been committed and passionate about education for First Nations peoples and the approach in which Batchelor Institute undertakes through both ways philosophy, where First Nations and Western knowledges come together. In all educational transactions with Western knowledges systems, as well as privileging First Nations ways of learning and teaching to underpin First Nations engagement with mainstream education systems and society broadly.
As you all know, Batchelor Institute's vision that has been embedded within me and which I strive to continue through my journey with Batchelor Institute, to be the First Nations Institute of choice where truth, knowledge and wisdom meet, and in where our First Nations peoples are positioned as knowledge holders. Now let me take you on a journey with me through my time as an alumni and staff member here at Batchelor Institute. And a lot of you will know when I'm taking you on this journey, and that started with Mr. Rob McCormack here, who's joined us today. Batchelor College, Batchelor Institute is 2 years older than me, to tell my age. However, my journey began with Batchelor College to my recollection being 1980, 44 years ago. This was seeing my parents as students and workers at Batchelor College, watching and engaging in all cultural activities in one environment, and most importantly in an educational environment. Looking at the singing and dancing, looking at our graduation ceremonies, and where those traditional dancers came on country, they brought their singing, their dancing, all cultures in our First Nations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait here to Batchelor College. I was amazed. In 1995, 29 years ago, my journey began with Batchelor College. Fresh out of senior school, I had the opportunity to go to any university I wanted to go to in Australia. But I knew exactly where I wanted to be, where I would be studying at Batchelor Institute, and where I completed my studies in education early childhood. And like I said, I had Jerry, Rob, Kathy McMahon, who's sitting here with us today. And I'm just in awe to have them here celebrating the 50-year anniversary with us. Upon completing my studies, I entered into the workforce that I wanted to be, working out there in the early childhood sector and specialising in special needs for our people. I went on my working journey, implementing the studies I learned through Batchelor College, Batchelor Institute. In 2003, it drew me back. I was back at Batchelor College, but this time as a staff member. With a lot of us around here and the young ones coming through today, excuse me, I started and commenced my employment with Batchelor College as the receptionist in the front office building A1. As an alumni of my organisation and my understanding and connecting with my organisational values, beliefs and both ways philosophy approach, I connected with understanding knowledge and passion in moving our First Nation people forward through education. My passion has always been to encourage, assist and support our people in succeeding in life and achieving their future career aspirations, to assist and support and provide for not only themselves but for their families and their communities, through further incorporating our cultures, values, traditions and beliefs, and acquiring further knowledge and skills within a Western educational context. This question was then raised within myself: how can I help my people through education? As I stated previously within the above paragraph, my passion has always been to encourage and assist and support our people. And connection within my organisation values and beliefs, philosophical approach to education for my people. This brought me to acquire employment with my organisation and further. Upon working through positions and levels within my organisation, my passion grew further in where I steered my passion towards supporting and working closer with my people during their educational journey, but to enhance and support their personal journey as well. This then brought me to work within the Student Services Department. I progressed through the position levels within Student Services, being one of first student support officer with a small team, which consisted of myself and Louisa Castle, who joins us here today as well. Within my position, there was the provision of social and emotional wellbeing support, cultural support, disability support, ITO support, and student orientations to our students, our people coming in, joining us here at Batchelor Institute. This brought a sense of support, achievement and success in supporting our people within this Western educational context and living. Throughout my time as a student support officer, I had the opportunity to become involved within the delivery of the cross-cultural awareness workshop for our staff and our students. One of my passions within our organisation I implemented within the student support team was the interpretation of our organisation's both ways philosophy in bringing both First Nation and Western cultures together. However, I derived further within my First Nation cultures in where I reflected on communication, understandings, knowledges and practices within our First Nations context, in which my team and I developed the paper presentation within our cultural awareness program, Cultures Within First Nations Cultures. You may raise the question or ask yourself, like I did, what do you mean cultures within cultures? For me, this was my identity. This was who I am at Batchelor Institute. Who am I culturally? I am an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander woman of many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and languages of our First Nations people of Australia. Who am I personally? I'm a wife, or I should say was a wife, a mother, an auntie, a daughter, a friend, a sister-in-law, a cousin. Who am I professionally? I'm manager of student and residential services and a fellow colleague to you all. My cultures within cultures. I am aware of my many cultures that I have, not just one, but many. Understanding many of my cultural protocols and being able to move between my Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and traditions, languages and laws. Respecting all of my cultures. Understanding and respecting many of my languages. Knowing how to respect my many languages and cultures and knowledges enabled me to implement my cultural aspects into my professional life here at Batchelor Institute. Our Batchelor Institute philosophies. What does this mean to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people? A site of national significance in Indigenous education, strengthening identity, achieving success and transforming lives. That was in 2007. Our BITE logo. What does this mean for our students and my residential and student services perspective? And as you can see here, our Batchelor Institute logo. And working with my colleagues and with our students, it was a place of meeting, of healing, sharing cultures, sharing knowledges, sharing journeys, sharing stories, learning new cultures, finding family, finding their cultures, and most importantly, incorporating this in a culturally safe learning environment. Again, this brought me back to reflect on the questions in which I've raised. I came prepared. How can I help my people through education?
You're right. How's Deb, you can do it. You're right.
It raised an additional question. How can I incorporate both ways philosophy further through our department, student and residential services? Upon reflecting my culture. If you don't mind, I'll call my colleague, Louisa Castle, who's been here with me and knows this journey because this is where it started. And I will also like Costa Bulsey to join me. And this is where it all started. Upon reflecting on my cultures within First Nations cultures delivery and within my current role, like I said, a further question was raised within myself as how can my teams and I incorporate cultural awareness not only within a staffing context, but within a student context. What First Nation cultures comes with our students, with our people? An opportunity arose again to transgress to my current position. This provided me with another opportunity to shed a new insight and in the way we deliver our service specifically to our people, in which again instills our both ways philosophy and a metaphor that had made me rethink and invigorate our service and First Nations focus, and instilling not only the both ways philosophical perspective through education, but also through the student and residential services suitcase metaphor. Within our First Nations cultural perspective, in order to succeed and achieve our future and our students' future career aspirations, and how we embedded this within our educational context. Again, I asked myself, I asked my team members, my coordinators, what can we do? And this is how this metaphor began. This metaphor became important within my team, and this is how we went about it. I'd like you all now to envisage a suitcase. When you're going on a journey, no matter where you're going, whether it's for work, whether it's for holidays, or like our students, they're coming here to Batchelor. They're coming here to achieve their future career aspirations through education and taking it back into our communities so our communities can move forward. And when you come here and when you go on your journey, you know your suitcase is packed. What are the things, I'm going to put this question out to you all, what are the things you may take in your suitcase when you're going away?
The books, maybe photos.
Yeah, they're the basics. You take the basics, what you need to support you as a person when you are travelling away. However, for my team and I and for our students, yes, our students bring that with them. But what our students also bring with them, yeah, is them as a person, their family, their culture, their tradition, their laws, their practices. They bring their cultural responsibilities, they bring their family responsibilities that they have in that suitcase. Hence, that brings us to where we are today, is all the social, emotional, well-being and pastoral care support in which my team deliver to our students. And that we know they're not only bringing, the necessities to come and study and learn, but they're bringing all that culture, knowledge and tradition with them. Our both ways philosophy and our suitcase metaphor, student and residential services perspective, have continuously progressed and transgressed over the years, and assisting in the support of our students behind the scenes whilst they're undertaking their academic journey with Batchelor Institute. Our proudest day is every day with our students, but the most proudest day is this graduation day, wherever our students are graduating. We work behind the scenes. We work in support behind while they're coming through their academic journey with Batchelor Institute. We know the personal, the pastoral care, the support that we provide to our students. And as we stand there proud knowing that they've achieved what they've achieved on those days when they are graduating, it's very deep for my team and I. And we are so proud. Looking at their journey, our students, our people have taken to achieve not only this, but through their cultural traditions, languages and knowledge through the journey with Batchelor Institute, taking it back to the community and letting us be involved in their journey, in their lives and their communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sadie Hackenberg, who will be presenting a paper on the National Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Higher Education Consortium.
It's also Carolyn Briggs and Claire Anderson.
It just says, yeah, okay, sorry.
so much. It's an absolute honour for us to be here. Before we begin, we too would like to pay respect to ancestors, to elders and to country, to the Kanarakan and Warai peoples. It is powerful to be in this beautiful space. We acknowledge our ancestors and elders, their learnings and their teachings that allowed us to all be here today, for our mothers and our fathers, our sisters and our brothers that help us grow up strong, that help us grow up empowered in our culture. It's really, I think for all of us, just really special to be able to be here. I know for myself, my mother and my two older brothers went to Batchelor. I know for Nawit, you went to Batchelor. I know that Claire, we're near country for Claire. And so it's just so powerful for us to come and speak to you today. Before we do, we'd love to introduce ourselves. So I'm going to introduce Professor Nawit Caroline Briggs AM, who is a phenomenal educator and leader and change maker within her community and across the nation.
Still
Would
fighting.
you like to
Thank
still
you.
fighting? Would
No,
you like
I'm
to,
still fighting. Yes.
You like
I
to
think
just-
it's been a journey, and I think coming here and finding myself was a lot of the journey too. But now I'm the elder and on the NATSIAC, and it's about why we came back here to celebrate that opportunity. And also, I'm going to do it short because Claire's going to
Definitely, definitely. So,
but it was a journey. It was a grounding here, bringing me back to a place that I felt I was reborn, if you really want to, that's a statement, because all the things that you thought you could never achieve, you get the opportunity to find yourself with many, many dear friends I had over the years who have now gone, were a part of the journey that we went on. And getting a person like Catherine Gilby charging us up to get radical again. But it was there was amazing people who came in our lives, and we've lost so many of those people too. So I'm going to...
Wonderful, thank you,
Thank you.
Aunt. Thank you, Aunt. And now it is our elder, our Vice President eldership. So we'll explain a little bit about our organisation, but I'd absolutely love to introduce Associate Professor Claire Anderson. Claire has an incredibly significant presence and longevity in ensuring that our knowledges are embedded within the education system. And Claire is the first Aboriginal person to receive the Tasmanian Eminent Educator Award from the Australian Council for Education Leaders. So incredibly...
Now you're going to expect some kind of grand story, but really it's just hard work, you know, and having good teachers. I think it really helps, you know, going to a school where you're encouraged to do your best and having a pathway, you know. Where can you go to high school? A lot of our communities don't still have access to a good high school. And then coming on to university and changing the universities to be much more inclusive. Anyway, we're here today to tell you about the Batchelor statement, but we're happy to talk about our own lives as well.
We are indeed. So yes, it's an incredible honour to be here. I'm Sadie. I'm Wiradjuri. I'm very, very fortunate to work with both Claire and Auntie Caroline in NATSIHEC. So Claire is our Vice President Academic, and I am the President of the organisation, which is a real honour to work with some absolutely amazing knowledge holders. So if you're not aware of NATSIHEC, NATSIHEC is the representative body for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that work in higher education. So it's real honour. We also have one of our other Vice Presidents in the room, Catherine Gilby, who is our Vice President Research. So we've got all of that knowledge, which is really quite amazing. And for myself, just a powerhouse of phenomenal Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are trying to ensure that our education system is as empowering and self-determining as it can be for our young ones as they grow up strong. So what we do is we advise the federal government to have a lot of meetings with the Federal Department of Education around how to ensure that our voices are within the policies and that we are represented in the room. And that's a really key thing, as you know, for us as Indigenous people, to ensure that it's not about us without us. We also work really closely with the Universities Australia, so that's a representative organisation of universities within Australia, and so I do things like attend the Vice-Chancellor's plenary where I tell the Vice-Chancellors how they can be a little bit more like Batchelor. So one of the things we'd really love to share with you is a phenomenal moment that happened for us as an organisation, and I think as a country and as peoples that are making sure that our voices are strong, was a moment last year when we had our first Elders Summit, and that was actually on this campus. And our elders had a vision, and so we're now working towards that vision to ensure it comes to fruition. So I'm going to let Aunt talk a little bit about that coming together and why it was so important.
And it brought a lot of people around from the country, and remembering a lot of people who had major impact on places like the institutions like Errol West, and a lot of people would have been players in our lives. But it was about grounding us in this, looking at how do we empower the status of elders within these institutions, and also developing the Batchelor Statement, which is what we're here about, is to try and encourage more of our elders. We're seeing more elders, like Uncle John here is doing his PhD, and Auntie up, where's she gone? Up the back, who's doing her PhD. So there's been lots of people who'll come back here to complete their PhDs, because they want to build a stronger communities in their own communities, but also here. So that's a little bit about what our bachelors, which Sadie will address with Catherine.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Okay, so about the statement itself, it's really about taking the idea of Batchelor and making it keep growing, but growing until it can be recognised as our first university, our first Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander university. Yes, we've had a range of different training programs. They've been significant, the health ones, the teacher education ones, but we need to run, we need our people to get qualifications in all fields, and so it'd be great if we can create those opportunities here where people can come and learn and be in a really safe place. I mean, we all work in universities around the country, but they're not necessarily very safe places. They're hard work for a lot of our students. They're not comfortable. And, they're constantly struggling to succeed. Even though we've got the best kind of student advisors and wellbeing support people, it's still a very difficult journey. So it'll be really great if we can take this Batchelor Statement, make it into a university, that's the aspiration, but also make our other universities more like Batchelor, because then I think that kind of learning is good for all people, not just our Aboriginal people. Yeah, good.
And I think it's like Steph said before, young students bring their stories in their baggage.
Yes.
And it's about how do we unpack that? That's kids across all the universities that bring their stories to place, and they bring a lot of their family issues and dealings with lots of things, and then conflicts of being accepted into these institutions. So they're going through different stages of their life, and it is a balancing act. And it's been a long balancing act, I was 70 when I got my PhD, so it happens. So, you go on different journeys, you meet amazing people who invest energies back to you. So that's, You're an investment to us, and we're back now here to be an investment to you through this statement. Thank you.
You read it.
Yes.
Okay,
So, as an organisation, that for us, the very core of our being is to listen to our elders and to enact the vision of all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people within higher education. And so for us, it's really fundamental that we do good work in that space, that we are the voice of the people who would like to be in that room but maybe aren't right now but should be. And we recognise the brilliance of an organisation like Batchelor. We recognise the change making that can occur. I mean, my mum just spoke before about the influence that it had on her life. And I know for me, every time I'm on a Batchelor campus, it instills a little bit of love and a little bit of sense of community. And I think for us, that's what our elders were saying at the summit. They were saying, we need to take this vision of what is amazing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander First Nations education, and we need to show it to the world. And Batchelor, as a long-standing organisation, as an organisation that's accredited internationally through the World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium as an education provider, it is the pinnacle of what we should be seeking. It is an example of what good, solid, culturally based education can do for our young ones, can do for our elders, can do for our communities. And so as an organisation, Nazi Heck brought together this vision from our elders called the Batchelor Statement. And for us, we will be sharing this broadly. This is our launch of the statement. And we will be sharing and we will be encouraging all to sign it, because we need to start a movement that speaks from the voices of everybody in this room and all of our communities, because we know what's good for us, we know what's good for our babies, we know what's good for our communities. So I'm going to invite Catherine up. Marie. Welcome, Marie. Please, that would be amazing.
We keep changing, shifting.
Wonderful, thank you, Marie.
So Marie's going to read?
So Marie will help us read the first part. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Yes, please.
It's like deja vu, eh?
Teaching is a really sacred thing.
We know the feeling.
Yes, it is like deja vu. You know where the double act.
Culture antama. Teaching is a really sacred thing. A culture, constantly learning. Seeking it as forever, ongoing. Manager, being shown continuously. This is how it was and is. MK Turner Report 2023.
Incredibly important that we start such a safe statement off with powerful words from a very powerful woman. So, in 2023, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Higher Education Consortium held its first Elders Summit at Batchelor Institute of Indigenous Tertiary Education on the traditional lands of the Kunarakan and Warai peoples. This event brought together Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders from across Australia. Led by Kunarakan traditional owner, custodian and Batchelor Elder Academic Associate Professor Auntie Sue Stanton and Nazi Heck Vice President Eldership Professor Nawit Caroline Briggs AM. The summit was an opportunity for elders and senior knowledge holders to gather and discuss the important issues across the higher education sector and communities. And I recognise elders in the room as well that had a hand in creating this amazing statement. The Summit of Respected Leaders, Scholars and Sovereign Elders offers the following document herein referred to as the Batchelor Statement. Our vision is for a world-class education system that encourages and supports all students and recognises Indigenous systems of teaching and learning as being equally appropriate and effective as Western systems. We recognise the importance of families and communities in education design and delivery, knowing that we succeed when education is designed by our communities and is delivered in country by our people. We, the undersigned, as direct beneficiaries of the toil of our ancestors and elders, are determined to establish an Indigenous university in this country. We gather as First Peoples of our respective Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations, recognising and affirming the sovereignty and the educational rights of all First Peoples. Batchelor Institute of Tertiary Education is the only Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled dual-sector education institution. For this reason, we propose the Batchelor Institute as the site of the first Indigenous university in Australia. We recognise that a university built on strength and beliefs in old ways will fundamentally change the knowledge exchange landscape of this country. Batchelor Institute is built on the foundations that trust in the hospitality, laws and customs of our old ways, and trust in many unique and varied cultures across this large land. Batchelor is uniquely equipped to recognise and respect and value our many cultural traditions as being distinct to their own countries and land-based practices. Privileging of First Nations ways of learning and teaching underpins our engagement within Western knowledge systems and society more broadly. As an Indigenous university envisioned by former chair of Batchelor Institute, Garchul Jakura, we must stand alone. It must be clearly defined by an Australian Indigenous mentality. It must reflect us, Black people. The learning system or learning institution has to be Black philosophy and ideology. We see the brilliance of our children come to life when their environments of learning are founded in their culture and languages. Our learning systems are the oldest in the world. It is time for a national education policy with a pathway, a timeline and the resources to create a First Nations-led and designed learning system as part of our educational system, MK Turner report. The right to Indigenous-led education is a fundamental right in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. However, as First Peoples of Australia, we are yet to see the UNDRIP implemented. Australia has a moral imperative to take the UNDRIP beyond motherhood statements in policy and to urgently legislate them into domestic laws, particularly Article 14, which is on education. By signing the below, we support the implementation of the principles and philosophy of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People to be applied in full, the dream and vision our elders charged us with. The Batchelor Statement reinforces that our elders, as sovereign people, remain the current and future generations, that the journey is ongoing. We recognise the wisdom of our elders as collective and all those who fought before us to realise this vision, that when we recognise our old ways in an educational setting that is uniquely our own, we step closer to the global vision of education self-determination. We support and recognise the long history of advocacy and social justice fighting of bodies. We move into our collective future. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're incredibly passionate about this statement and the work that we will now be doing in the future to ensure this statement comes to fruition. And we invite everybody to sign this statement as supporting the vision from ourselves, our communities, and please share the statement as broadly as you can. Thank you so much.
And we did the recent.
Oh, you want a photo? Yes, sure. Sure, Mum. And Marie.
Come, Marie.
Marie.
Come on, Liz.
Uncle.
Uncle. Where are we going?
Where are we going this way?
Where's the mother? Oh.
Charlie and I'll get one.
Anybody else with cameras?
Yeah. Sorry, my lens is capturing you, so I'll wait till you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, smile. Good one. Over here, everyone. Okay. Smile. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
By the way, part of our charter was to look at setting up an elders council.
Oh yes, she's just got that. So, for everybody's knowledge, we're incredibly excited to say that our last elders gathering was in Alice Springs, only a few weeks ago. So we do knock on Batchelor's door now on an annual basis. We may be back next year. But it was really, really important that we all come together, and it was absolutely beautiful to be hosted by the Desert Knowledge Centre. Aunt, would you like to announce the decision by the elders this year?
Well, the direction is from all the elders in the room that day. John was there, Uncle John, and a few others would have disappeared. But it was to be direction to look at having an elders council that we can look up to too, because we need to be reminded all the time that we belong to a society that talks about respect of our elders, and hopefully what we've got in our institutions, that we need to bring them forward to be our carriage into the future. So thank you.
Yes. So watch this space.
Watch this space.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Lunch will now be served. We will meet back here for our afternoon presentations at 1:10 Also, I would like to let everyone know that there is some stores over in Purple 12. If you haven't heard, if you just want to go check it out while you're on lunch. But yeah, we'll see you back here at 10:01.
testing. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Testing, testing. Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
So this video gotta stay on.
Hello, hello. Okay. I'm gonna just do it here. Keep talking into it. I'm gonna try something.
Hello, hello. Check, check.
I'll check on YouTube.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Just say anything.
1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. The level do going up here. Check, check. Good afternoon. Check. Hello. 1, 2. Hello. Good afternoon. Learning journey, land and language. Community happen at the campus.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Hello. Testing, testing. Back.
Okay, can everyone please take their seats and we'll start this afternoon's presentations. I would like to now welcome our third keynote speaker, Ma'ani Dr. Helen Bishop, who will be presenting a paper on gathering food for thoughts, preparing the grounds for sitting in many camps.
to be talking to you about exploring First Nations approaches. Am I loud enough for everybody? Approaches to peace building and peacemaking in Australia. What we found and what next. The researchers in this project are myself as the lead researcher and Indigenous lens cast upon the processes and practices, Dr. Alison Boyle, Professor Tanya Southern and Dr. Ian King. Kimak Nyanga, Almiuk, Nyamyuk, Lupikan, Kigarak. There is no word for staff and staff and young ones. Wawaks, but that really means babies, but I'm meaning young ones. It's good to see elder women, elder men, ladies and gentlemen. Good you go about on Kungarakan and Warai land. Welcome to you all to this special place as we share in and celebrate Batchelor Institute's 50th anniversary. Its birth was formed out of the humble and tireless work of our elders of the Northern Territory, who campaigned for our people to have a place where they could gain an education, grow our skills and foster our dreams. I am a Kungarakan woman, the first who completed a PhD on her own country. I did so with distinction. I had to add that in. Yes, it was really inspiring for me, and I've got a couple of my family members here that I want to acknowledge, who are here celebrating with me in telling this story, but also that they were also participating in some of the activities that flowed out of my own PhD, because my ancestors, my Kungarakan ancestors and my family's Kungarakan ancestors were with me in this whole journey every single day. I hope more Kungarakan and Warai people continue to choose Batchelor Institute of Tertiary Education to perfect their dreams. I will move on from my praise of my country and Batchelor Institute, but I want to share with you the latest research I have been involved in, which is a topic that is very dear and close to my heart and is the topic of my keynote address today. I'm going to turn this on its side because I need it bigger. So, my abstract for this presentation was, how does gathering food for thought, First Nations peace building and peacemaking approaches in Australia research team prepare for the next stage of the research project, sitting in many camps? The Gathering Food for Thought research team sets out in the most recent paper, which I will be sharing in this celebration today, with Batchelor Institute's 50th anniversary, that currently sits with the publishers, Reuters in fact. It describes what we did in gathering food for thought, what our limitations were, what we found, and what needs to happen next, lending itself to prepare us for an Australian Research Council linkage grant for sitting in many camps, First Nations, and celebrating First Nations. I want to begin by re-acknowledging my Kungarakan and Warai fellows and countrymen of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to our ancestors and elders past, present and emerging. I want to also acknowledge other First Nations groups who are present here today or listening in through YouTube, that we Kungarakan do honour others in their nationhood and sovereignty. Thank you for your attendance in this celebratory moment. Now today, this journey that I want to share with you in peace, gathering food for thought, First Nations peace building and peacemaking approaches in Australia, was undertaken initially. It began with the University of Newcastle and Mediation Standards Board, who could not define First Nations peace building or mediation. And they provided a modest grant of funds to begin this epic journey. The next phase of this project, I made an application to Batchelor Institute's competitive small grants, making it possible to complete 2 publications for this project. The first of those publications, as I just stated, is sitting at Reuters waiting to go into its journal that it releases when it releases them. The recent work that awaits publications is exploring First Nations approaches in peace building and peacemaking in Australia, what we found and what next. This project is not just about academic inquiry. It's about honouring the ancient wisdom and the ingenious practices of First Nations people. It's about preparing to sit in many camps, listening, learning and working together for a better future. Adequate funding and resources form an essential component to support the research and the researchers in delivering comprehensive examinations of the records, their analysis, and essentially engaging Indigenous researchers, participants and practitioners in delivering justice to this significant research project. Why this research was necessary? For a long time, the voices and perspectives of First Nations peoples, as we have heard today, have been overlooked in research about their own communities, about their own practices. Historically, much of the research has been dominated by Western viewpoints, which often do not align with the lived experiences and knowledge of First Nations peoples. The need for this research became evident as we observed the gaps in understanding and recognition of First Nations approaches to conflict resolution and peace building. Traditional methods, rich in cultural significance and effectiveness, have been sidelined or misunderstood. This research aims to correct that by bringing these practices to the forefront, ensuring they are respected and incorporated into the broader peace-building efforts. I have described who we are as the researchers. I would like to now describe to you what we did. Our journey began with a comprehensive desktop review of materials we had curated in a secure online repository. Now those materials, much of it came from my own personal library because I've been doing this type of work in my profession for nearly 30 years. And so I've gathered this material that other people might not be really interested in, but I've been really conscious that peace building and conflict resolution are a key to closing the gap. And I'll explain that a little later. So then we also had some current work that we needed to have a look at that's been published that I didn't gather, that we collectively gathered as a team. And we looked at inquiries in reports, so inquiries like Stolen Generations or RICADEC, the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, and also other significant moments in, say, Western Australia's history, where we have a Royal Commission there that was done by Roth in 1905. So they're the examples of some of the inquiries and reports that we gathered together and cast a lens across it, looking for Are they involving First Nations people as researchers? Are they involving First Nation practices? Are they involving First Nations perspectives and participation in these commissions of inquiry? So we're looking at that. We reviewed major inquiries and reports that included references to First Nations practices. This helped us to understand how these practices have been documented and perceived over time. Then we did some case studies, 16 in fact. We concluded a targeted review of 16 case studies of government-funded programs and services for dispute resolution in First Nations communities. This gave us insights into the effectiveness and challenges of these programs. Then we did a thematic analysis. We performed a limit, and it's focusing on how traditional cultural connections influence peace building and conflict management. Throughout this process, one finding was common to all reviews: the limited involvement of First Nations people as participants or leading researchers. This gap suggests that their contributions were often overlooked or undervalued. The project commitment. Our commitment to this project remains grounded in the principle of intellectual humility. We acknowledge the limitation of past research and are dedicated to fostering an inclusive and respectful research environment with non-Indigenous people and Indigenous people collaborating and cooperating and working together. This involves actively engaging First Nations researchers, participants and peace practitioners in every stage of the research process. By ensuring they are participating in and shaping the narrative around their own practices, we honour their cultures, languages and identity. What were our limitations? While our research has provided valuable insights into First Nations peace building and peacemaking
technologies that I had lived with all my life, the world of settler colonialism. The other, the world of First Nations, was alien, elusive, hauntingly, teasingly discernible, yet not decipherable, at the very edge of awareness, action, place, speech, and gesture. What was disclosed to me at Batchelor was that the Australian continent had in fact been really known and loved intimately and deeply in all its particularity since the very beginning of time. In short, it was, to use my lingo, a real place, a place with both living memory and a living presence, as rich as any European city, say Paris or Athens or Rome or Rhodes. So what I learned was that beneath the violent overlay of a failing colonial, monocultural, extractive agriculture, there lay another deeper weave of complex places, an interweaving country, stories, histories, beings, forces, events, ceremonies, reaching up to the stars and down beneath the land to cosmic events and earthly ruptures. During this time, I tried to empty myself of previous assumptions and expectations and just focused on opening myself up to the world surrounding me. This was easy because I'd already come to the conclusion that my previous pedagogy was colonial. I had taken up an offer from Batchelor precisely because I no longer believed in my previous educational work. I needed a more radical context, a new challenge to help me deepen my learning journey. At Batchelor, it was the students in adult education, broadcasting and education who taught me what and when I needed to understand something. Although on paper I was supposed to be teaching them, in reality they were gently guiding me how I should go about teaching them so that they could learn in terms of their learning journey. The ultimate step in my learning journey at Batchelor was with a class of fourth year education students. These students decided to devote a week of workshop to the NAIDOC theme of that year, respect. They wanted to put the theme of respect up and out there in front of the entire institute, students, staff, even senior management. This meant they were pushing beyond the limits of mainstream academic discourse, which is a discourse focused on knowledge, evidence and facts. Instead, they were moving into a much more publicly performative mode of discourse, a discourse calling on people to respect more deeply. Not a theoretical discourse about knowledge, but an ethical or political discourse calling people to stay true, to hold on to their deepest values, practices and relationships. Stephanie was in this class. This was radical enough, but even worse was that they kicked me out of the room so that they could plan and create the activities and experiences they would put before the rest of the Batchelor community. All I could do was pace up and down outside the classroom door, feeling useless and abandoned. However, they did allow me to help fine-tune their public speeches. After the workshop, walking up to the dining room with Veronica Arvin, the students were elated and insisted that, probably exaggerating, that this was the best workshop they had ever had in their 4 years studying at Batchelor. Now, this astounded me. From my point of view, the workshop had been a failure. What had they learnt? What had I taught them or helped them to learn? But from their point of view, they had learnt and achieved something special. So for me, the question was, whose experience was true? Mine or theirs? Whose experience mattered? Mine or theirs? Eventually, with deep trepidation, I decided to believe them. I would embrace their shift in the mode of discourse away from the standard academic discourse of abstract factual writing and reasoned theorising. And so this set me on the next and final leg of my learning journey, deep back into my own cultural origins, to find something that might correlate with what they had experienced and learnt. This led me to discover another almost lost tradition in Western civilization and pedagogy. Another philosophy different from the dominant Platonic philosophy of knowing the one and only truth. This was how I discovered and threw myself deeply into ancient Greek rhetoric, more precisely into the rhetorical discourse of building community, not the glamorous rhetoric of logic chopping or the rhetoric of political arguing. This rhetoric was focused on constituting a sense of belonging and community. Sorry, just something popped up on the screen. Which was, so I couldn't see what I was reading. And it was called in Greek epidialectic rhetoric, or peacemaking. This form of public discourse, so it's a bit more focused than peacemaking in general. This form of public speech and performance is also deeply held in the worlds of First Nations people. I hear it all everywhere. It lives in the motifs, moods, emotions, rhythms and grammar of First Nation life, along with dance, singing and so on, in ceremonies and public occasions. Institutions that have enabled First Nations to keep their culture and sense of community and country intact from the very first times and which will last long after Western civilizations will have collapsed. For myself, epididactic rhetoric was a key into Batchelor pedagogy. It meant I could find a platform on which First Nations students could meet the mainstream on equal terms. It also meant that I could draw on the practice of public speaking in ancient Greece that founded and supported the 2,400-year history of humanities and arts in universities. In fact, Isocrates, a rhetorician, not Plato, created the first higher ed institution where young men learnt through a systematic rhetoric curriculum how to speak in public about justice, not just about revenge or winning. Even Aristotle himself had to agree that there were two major domains of discourse: theoria, the search for knowledge and truth, and praxis, the search for justice and community. Next step. When Veronica asked me to form a team of Indigenous staff and senior students to develop 2 new courses, the Common Units, to initiate undergraduate students across all courses at the campus into the meaning of studying at Batchelor, it was this experience with the education students and my subsequent immersion in the ancient rhetoric of community building that I drew on. And I trusted that most First Nation students would be able to recognise themselves and their worlds in the oratorical discourse of ancient epididactic rhetoric, that engaging with it could contribute to their learning journeys, that First Nation staff would recognise that there is a crack in the claimed and assumed superiority of the mainstream, that there is a whole repressed counter-narrative already existing from the very beginning of Western civilization that resonates deeply with the worlds of First Nations. This would mean that they could engage from a position of equality. It would help them in finding a ground both within and without Western modernity, a ground that modernity and post-modernity themselves are having to admit, namely that there is more to Western civilization than just the quest for more and more knowledge and control of so-called nature. To this point, I've been tracing my own learning journey from naive Pākehā country boy to from settler colonial New Zealand towards a deeper connection with the culture of ancient Greece, of Athens, as the centre of philosophy, democracy, and public performative speaking. A long journey as a result of my encounter with First Nations at Batchelor. Sadly, even though I have discovered the true underlying reality of Australia, this has not been enough to persuade me to apply for Australian citizenship. How could I ask to be a citizen of a nation that rejected the statement from the heart? So for me, the heart and truth of Australia is still beating in Uluru and in Batchelor Institute. So in terms of the common units, I've just got this. The rest of the history of the common units, describing, there's a history superbly recounted from a First Nations perspective to be found in the articles by Catherine Gilby and Evelyn Shaber, and that's in the Finding Common Ground, Narratives, Provocations and Reflections for the 40-year celebration of Batchelor Institute. So I recommend that. Now, I've got just a few minutes. I sort of thought this is a complete change of genre, or whatever you want to call it, rhetoric. I'm now going to do a rant. I now want to change key and say a bit about the future. The future of Batchelor. I'm turning 80 this year, so I thought I've got a right to do this. The future of Batchelor, the future of First Nations people in Australia, the future of First Nations peoples around the world, the future of the world, the earth, the very future of the planet itself. I'll try to be quick. I have a simple message for you, for Batchelor, for me. It might be just a silly message from an old man who's lost touch with what's happening and can't even imagine the future. It's true that I feel as if the world is getting away from me, as if I'm always scrambling, trying to catch up, but it always seems to stay just out of reach. So you're welcome to listen to what I'm going to say now with some scepticism. It might just be the wheezing of an old fella who's moving into Biden territory. Anyway, here it is. You cannot really move forward without moving back first. Reconnecting with language, culture, country of your past in order to move forward into the future. It's not just white fellas as people who are being transformed into zombies in the future. The West, modernity, enlightenment itself is finished. It can no longer stay true to itself because it has lost contact with itself and its past. It has lost touch with its sources of meaning. It thinks all we need to focus on is the future, on tomorrow, on progress, on creating bigger and better tools and machinery. But First Nations people have been dealing with the catastrophe of colonialism for over 2 centuries and much longer, as Pat pointed out, even, the climate catastrophes over, 60,000 years. And to my mind, this immense history of attunement to country and its subtle or sudden transformations still exists as a capacity, a potential, as source of renewal and response in First Nations world. It still exists and needs to be recognised, respected and allowed to underwrite the future. This may not, of course, have immediately tangible results. I suspect we are talking at least 3 or so generations into the future. But at least you know that you have that future. Always was, always will be. By contrast, whitefellas are lost. All they have is bigger machines. Machines that gobble up all the life worlds of the past and then spit them out as tourism or things to buy. So my final word is, Batchelor, be careful. I believe in you. You opened my eyes to the deep reality of this continent as an indestructible weave of worlds full of life, language, family, ceremony, art and country. In these catastrophic times, you are a gift to the entire planet, perhaps to the universe. Thank you so much for allowing me just the merest glancing brush with this gift that you carry within you. You changed me forever. Now you need to change the rest of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Rob. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Zane Hughes and Beth Pitmore from Curtin's University, who will be presenting a paper on creating a micro-credential ranges and curriculum that creates the pathway that I'm about to think, within the incorporation of the First Nations knowledge and Western knowledge. Zane is a formal member of Batchelor Institute and a future PhD candidate. This is a coming home for him.
I just mouthed to Beth before we came up here, coming up after Dr. Rob, and if you'll excuse my profanity, we're screwed. You can't compete with Rob. He was one of the reasons I stayed in curriculum development, and whilst I wasn't one of his students, I learned very much from him as an academic when we developed the environmental health degree here, and have gone on to 3 other universities now and developed curriculum. I still come back to the lessons I learned with Rob around scaffolded learning and reading and meeting students or learners where they are. And that was the greatest gift I got from you, Rob, and I'd like to acknowledge that. So now starting on the actual presentation. I'd first like to acknowledge, whilst we're standing on Kanaraka and Warai land, the curriculum we're about to talk about was developed at Curtin University on Noongar Wajak Wujja, and I'd like to acknowledge the leadership that we get from the Noongar Nation in WA, and I'd like to acknowledge then the Kanaraka and Warai people whose land we stand on today, the elders past, present and future and emerging that come from this land. I'd also like to acknowledge my own cultural heritage, being a one-year Garawa man from Dumaji on my grandfather's side, and my grandmother's side being a Kalkadoon Eastern Aranda woman. I stand here humbled by the knowledge of the elders that have come before me and the learnings I've got. I'd also like to acknowledge my partner in this project, Beth, who's the Assistant Director of our CLEP, which has got a really stupid name and I never get it right, so Beth will talk about it, and her heritage that she'll give a quick talk about, and how the two of us have come together to design and develop a curriculum that respects First Nation leadership. So what is driving the need for the undergraduate certificate? I just want to share some statistics with you on what Indigenous education looks like. So there are 14,780 First Nation vets trained level 2 in CLM, which is Cultural Land Management, Aboriginal Cultural Heritage and Forestry in Australia. There are 9,650 Cert 3 recipients of the same qualifications. There are 4,480 Cert 4 holders of Aboriginal Cultural Heritage and Land Management. Big numbers. You then stop and look at there's 269 PhDs awarded in Australia to date that acknowledge and recognise land management as a critical factor for Australia. Of that 269 PhDs, there are only 3 Aboriginal people who hold PhDs on land management. Just let that settle into your soul, all right? Because it had a violent reaction to me when we had finished the grey paper research on this. Out of that 269, those small numbers of actual recipients, there are 4 honorary PhDs. Now, the reason we've developed this curriculum is I go quite regularly to a place called Lombardina. It's a small community. It's a hard place to live. In the last 15 years, there's been 37 PhDs in and around that land written by non-Indigenous people. There's an old fella there, his name's Uncle Johnny. I won't use his surname for out of respect. He has a Cert 2 in land management, but he has 9 PhDs directly attributed to his knowledge. 9 PhDs attributed to a man's knowledge who's got 40, 50 years as a living ranger. The man has more knowledge than most PhDs put together. So why are we doing this? I want to respect and honour that old man and the knowledge he's given us. So that's part of it. So that's the passionate bit of me. As most of you will know me who've met me over the years, now comes the economic side of me. The non-Indigenous part of me that says, how do we do this? Why do we do this? So part of the vision is to create a fully flexible land, sea, river, ranger management undergraduate certificate. We'll talk to you why we chose the undergraduate certificate rather than a degree or an associate degree, but there's a learning pathway that we have to take people on, and we thought that was the best way to do it. We want to design and create pathways for rangers, looking at physical earth science pathways, into other degrees outside of what we're creating. We wanted to, where learners can create their own learning journey. You go to university now, there's a prescribed pathway you have to learn. But there is a better way to do that, and that is to empower the learner to say, at this moment in time, I need to learn this bit of knowledge and I need to learn it this way. It can be out of sequence. It doesn't impact on what the learner's end journey results in. Yes, there is a scaffolding in knowledge, as I've always learned, but there's a way that we can do it where we empower the learner to have choices to make. And we'll talk about how the knowledge domains and the principles come along through this. How is the course and curriculum designed? The critical component of this, we started with looking at 52 knowledge holders around Australia and talking to these rangers and senior people about land management and cultural knowledge around land management, whether it be cultural burning, food collection, bush medicine, leadership within a group, governance, how do you become an entrepreneur? We talk about where I'm from in Doomadgee, Mount Isa region, we have a metabasalt axe. That dimension of that metabasalt axe has not changed in over 40,000 years. The axe size that's found, the blanks that are found in Mount Isa are the same size as the axes that are found in Frampton, same metabasalt axes that are found in Esperance or in Kununurra. They haven't changed by 20 mil in over 40,000 years. So we know how to manufacture and build things. So we have an entrepreneurship in our culture. So the curriculum's been put together with First Nation leadership. Then there's a young, contemporary, urban Aboriginal like myself who's been through law but knows the whitefellow world. I've sat in that room. And then we've had industry come in with us. We needed industry to value what rangers brought to the table. And we'll talk about the economics of this shortly. We've designed the curriculum, which is something that's not happened in Australia before, where the students learn where they earn. So what we're doing is we're building a curriculum that's delivered on country. And if you're sitting in Lombardina or you're sitting in Walloona, you don't need to know about plants and animals from the Cape York. You don't need to know about rushes and seeds from Wollongong. You need to know exactly where you're living, what you're learning. So we've designed a curriculum framework, which is a generic framework, or standardised framework, and then we've customised it, which if you've come from vet, is what you have to do when you're dealing with different learners. So we're taking this vet methodology into higher ed. So we're blending the two worlds, which is why the name of our paper is called A New Songline. We're creating a new songline. We're using first world knowledge with Western knowledge, industry partnership, and an on-country basis. The other thing is the product that we're using is Canvas, not Blackboard. The reason being is that we believe it's going to be a lot more flexible in the method for delivery for First Nation learners. The other thing is too, it gave us an opportunity to use the terrestrial ecological zones of Australia, where when a student logs in, the library that they will see of images will be images for the country that they're on. The library of learnings and readings and literature will be explicit to their country. They're not going to be reading about Noongar country, even though the curriculum's written down there. It will be explicit to where they live and where they're working and learning. The other thing is we know rangers, if you've ever been lucky enough to go out and work with rangers, they are the most photogenic people going. They'll always have a phone out, they'll be taking a photo of some guana somewhere, a printy, or they'll be talking about the fire they've just lit and the scar that's developed or some cultural site. So we went, if that's what their language or their communication style is, that's what we've got to teach them in. So we've done a lot of what is their method of learning, where do they feel safe, and how do we keep them safe in their learning. I'll hand over to the expert now.
Oh, I think I got the final short straw, Dr. Rob, Zane, and then me. As Zane said, I work for this centre that's got a dreadful acronym, CLEPI. It stands for the Centre of Learning, Enterprise and Partnership Engagement. No one obviously thought about the acronym. But I come from a family of people who worked in mining and teaching. So this actually is a really interesting coming together of worlds for me in terms of thinking about how we can deliver learning in a way that really meets learners where they're at in an environment and for our country in a way that I think is valuable. So inherent in the why an undergrad certificate and how we're delivering is we're leveraging this concept of micro-credentials. So for those of you who might be new to the language of micro-credentials, we thought we'd give you a bit of broader context. So there is an argument in academia that micro-credentials or short-form learning has been around for a while. From an Australian perspective, in 2021, the Australian government commissioned a report. It's called the Bean and Dawkins report. If you Google Bean and Dawkins, it will come up, to look at how industry and academia can come together to work more closely to address skill shortages in Australia. Now, that report had 7 recommendations. It talked about work integrated learning was a large focus, but micro-credentials started to really surface as a national conversation. They had 3 main recommendations. The first was a national framework, which defined what a micro-credential was. The national definition for a micro-credential is a assessed volume or competency of learning, anywhere from 1 hour up into an award, that can be complementary, additive, inclusive of an award structure. So it was designed to be quite broad intentionally. The second was a national marketplace. So the second recommendation launched last year. The Australian government put a decent pot of money actually behind the marketplace, where you go to microcred seeker, micro-credentials from any institution within the sector can sell their micro-credentials on this website as long as it meets the national framework definition. And the third was a recommendation to incentivise the sector to adopt this new way of thinking about education product through money. It was the Jerry Maguire moment. So there's actually been a grant project that's been running for the last 1.5 years, and initial feedback has been a bit mixed, if I was to be really candid. Some institutions found it really valuable, others didn't. But the federal government is actually going to go through another round of grants in this space as well. And then last but not least, I'm sure you've all heard about the Accord. I think the Accord mentions micro-credentials 78 times as a way, yeah, I know, wow, right? As a way of signalling accessibility, equitability, but also starting to break down learning to meet learners where they're at, where they need, and what they need. Oh, I got in charge of the wand. So we thought we'd give a little visual of how we see the micro-credentials being built. As Zane was really clear, this is about anchoring in Indigenous knowledge first, right? Then bringing in Western science, but also building in a way that is respectful and appropriate culturally, but meets the needs of the learning. The learner needs are front and centre. There's a couple of considerations that we've been ruthless in this, and picks up some of the themes that we heard in some of the earlier presentations. So if we start at the sort of far slide, the First Nation cultural knowledge leader, what we are ruthless about in this space is respecting voice and respecting ICIP, so Indigenous Cultural Intellectual Property. Curtin, in this part of our landscape, has completely rewritten every single one of our policies, every single one of our contracts, every single one of our communication protocols, so that if you're a holder of ICIP coming into this project, the philosophy is it is your IP. We never ask you for anything other than use with your permission, and you can withdraw that permission at any time, and that will be respected. That's why the little dominant line on that visual is the Indigenous knowledge, because we want that to be the sort of primary anchor point. Then we bring in the Western knowledge, and then we bring in a learning design approach so that it meets not just the ICIP requirements, but also the needs of the learner. We're really happy to take questions on this after as well, because this has sort of been a years of worth of work that we've made into one slide. On that, I'm handing back.
So the bit that we really wanted to focus on is what is a national ranger curriculum. So we went and looked at where we find rangers. As you look at this map, they're all over Australia. The map doesn't show everything that's currently funded, but there are 480 ranger groups Australia-wide. 480 ranger groups Australia-wide. If we estimate that there are 8 rangers to 10 rangers per group, they are the largest employment sector in Australia right now. More than 60% of them get CDP or the dole plus top-up. Based around the simple fact that the Australian Fair Work Commission does not recognise rangers as a profession or an employment outcome at present. There's a employment code, the Australian New Zealand Analytical and Equity Index number, I think I've got it right, that the ABS run, and there is nothing that relates to rangers, which we've now put a submission forward to have a hierarchy of rangers recognised by the ABS, which once you get that process done, you can develop an award, a national award, to get them paid respectively, and then it means a career pathway can be established. So this project isn't just about a curriculum at Curtin, it's about a national empowerment project for today and tomorrow. At present, there are, as I said, these 400 odd ranger groups. The Commonwealth Government have just funded another 2,800 FTE into the ranger sector. The ranger sector by 2030 is expected to be about 9,500 to 10,000 people. Given that the ABS has just told us last month, the Aboriginal population of Australia has finally clocked 1 million people, that's a significant number of people employed as rangers. By 2055, they estimate that the ranger workforce will be about 22,000 people. And we're going to talk to you about why that's going to happen. But that's our spread. What you notice about the big red bit, if you know anything about native title, that's all Aboriginal land. If you know anything about mining, guess where that is? All right, so you can see where my story's going. So this is the information, the Commonwealth Government, they're on their 6th round of funding. A sister girl down there, that was one of her last duties, was to roll out a big wad of cash for the rangers, and she did a great job in achieving that. So why does the sector need First Nation rangers, and why should they have a skilled workforce? PBCs, they are becoming the answer for everything and anything on lands. The legal implications that come with that are not being well developed within our mob. Ranger groups, they're starting to develop, and as I said, there's about 400 of them. Less than half of them are aligned to PBCs. So we have people making decisions about land that currently sits outside the legal framework of what is management of native title. So we've got a conflict within ourselves. So reconciliation starts at home. So as a mob, we've got to reconcile that ourselves. State government and territory departments, there's 190 rangers employed by the Commonwealth Government at present, and there's about 270, 300 rangers Australia-wide employed by state departments directly. You then look at Commonwealth Government departments and agencies, they use them quite regularly. The Defence Force actually use rangers as their land assessors alongside the Officers of the Chief Scientist. They monitor and maintain defence lands for biodiversity and ecological significance. Agribusinesses are starting to come into this space, looking at how rangers can be used to grow green strips and to increase soil diversity. So we're starting to see the most ardent group outside the ML, the Meat Livestock Association, pushing against us. They're now one of our best friends. Given my background, I've got quite a significant background in mining and exploration and resource extraction. We're going to have a quick look at this sector so we can understand what is the implication to the workforce, but also land and property developers. We just heard about I'm not sure if you guys heard about it or understood what had happened. In Queensland, there's been a major development knocked back by the the Stradbroke Island Development Corporation down there, Brighton Red Cliff area, and it was knocked back because the developers didn't consult with First Nation people about the impact of land development. So rangers are now becoming quite significant in how we manage land in Australia. So if we're going to look at the mining sector, as you can see, the mining growth has, in the next 10 years, and now any greenies in this room, please don't get excited about this bit of information I'm about to give you. There's 153 mines that will close in the next 10 years. There's 275 new ones that will open. That's going to take $40 billion of assets out of the economy. It's $40 billion. Those new mines is about 1.2 trillion. So don't worry about your share portfolios just yet. But that $40 billion in the next 10 years that'll be spent on closing mines, $40 billion, that's $4 billion a year being spent to close mines. Now, if 60% of mines are on Aboriginal land, you would expect 60% of the money to be spent with Aboriginal businesses or economic development. That can't happen. Why? Because they don't perceive rangers as being a professional group yet, and that they don't have the technical skills to take over. We're still going to fly people in and out of country over the people who know how to manage that land and how to close that country. So if we look at those numbers, that's a lot of dollars being spent. Why now? Why in 2024 should we do this? And how should we do it? So you've heard about the Martin and Bean paper. You've heard about the Commonwealth Government's three-pronged approach and about the Accord. So what we've done is we've gone around and talked to the ranger groups. We've gone and spoke to industry, so it's mainly the mining industry, but we've spoken to the agricultural industry, we've spoken to CSIRO and the telecommunications industry, we've spoken to main roads, defence, and they've gone, there needs to be a workforce out there that we can tap into. The commercial intersect, financial viability. If rangers are taking taxpayer money only, it's only ever going to be a welfare program. If it's Commonwealth funded or state funded 100%, it's a welfare program. We need to move away from that model of handout. So rangers can turn this into a commercial model. We've heard there's $4 billion going to be available for each year for the next 10 years. Rangers can get a slice of that $4 billion through the work they do. They don't have to be reliant on Commonwealth funding. Commonwealth Government are going to support the curriculum and they're going to support rangers as well. Don't worry about the next bit, the one curtain policy, that's an internal discussion for us, and the Accord, of course, we've already discussed. What is the learning framework? Having my time here at Batchelor and a strong relationship with my mob, one of the things we said had to happen is it had to have a cultural stewardship model. So what are the learning methodologies in this? So we've established some cultural stewardship pillars, and they're there: air, water, land, sky, spirit, governance and heritage. They're the major aspects of First Law. As an Aboriginal man from northwest Queensland, anything I think about has those 8 aspects in it. So as long as what we develop and design in our curriculum meets these, and they become the overarching and the waft and waif of what we teach, we can't go wrong, in theory. Knock on wood. Blockhead. The other bit we developed was what's called a knowledge domain. So as part of the micro-credential framework at Curtin that Beth developed over 4 years, we've taken the concept of undergraduate year, first year award being 25 credit points. And we then said, okay, well that gives us an opportunity to slice it into 5 manageable pieces of knowledge. So we take a knowledge domain, such as native seed production, and we've broken it into 5 learning chunks. Happy to share with you guys this presentation and the documents that all go with it. We were given 20 minutes and I went, how do I shut myself up in 20 minutes? So everything is, if we've got the stewardship pillars and the knowledge domains, all designed with First Nation knowledge holders and academics putting Western knowledge in there, it's 4 different competing requirements, or they're 4 partnerships that contribute to build a curriculum that has a learner-centred outcome. And that's what we're looking at. How do we put the learner at the centre of this? As Rob had a learning, I have had a learning as an academic as well. I thought it was all about me as an academic, and I very quickly learned, no, it's not. The last person to walk out of that room every day was me, thinking, what a great job I'd done. I then sat around with some of my students and they went, yeah, no, brother, you missed that one really badly. And that was the beauty of building my first curriculum here at Batchelor. I was able to have a safe conversation with people who I thought were learning just from me and the other academics that were in the room. So the two-way learning actually became real here at Batchelor for me. I didn't know what it meant until I'd actually done it, and I don't think you can ever appreciate it until you've lived it here at Batchelor, been part of it and developed something in partnership with the learners. And that was the beauty of what I did. So we've created these knowledge domains, which I'm about to show you what they would look like. So this is the first 11 knowledge domains that we've created. So we've got rock art, remote sensing, eDNA, cultural burning, environmental monitoring, what's the next one? Business management, governance and law, sea management, cultural heritage, GIS mapping, and seed management. If you take a ranger's job and you break it out, there's actually 25 knowledge domains in a ranger's job. So we've developed them. So there's 25 knowledge domains, each with 5 micro-credentials in it. It's about 120 or 130 micro-credentials.
Can I just add, you don't have to take every micro-credential for every ranger. You get to choose.
One of the slides we ditched is the concept that you can pick any one of these. And I literally mean you can pick any one of these. If we have the curriculum built and developed, you'll be able to pick that unit. Yes, there will be seasonality. You don't want rangers learning about fire management, cultural burning, when it's the heat of the summer, because you don't want them out there thinking about burning. That's the last thing we want them thinking about when there's a heat. So it's run culturally during the seasonality of that student. Now, because we've got Northern Territory Rangers and we've got Central Desert Rangers and we've got Tasmanian Rangers, the curriculum has to be available at any time. So there's a little trick that I found out, and it's called Q+1. So it's the qualification that is delivering is being sought. So this is an undergraduate certificate. Most universities, you have a PhD or a professor or an academic C or a D at the front of the room because they're the font of all knowledge. So what we've gone and said, no, hang on. We can have an elder in that room co-delivering with an academic. As long as that academic has a bachelor degree, the elder can be in that room as an industry partner or an industry expert. So the curriculum's been designed so that we can use whoever's on that community at that moment in time. In the background, there's another component of this, and it's called the Vertically Integrated Program. And it's looking at how PhD students going out to communities train and disperse their knowledge into the ranger group they're working with. So the PhD candidate goes out, delivers the content alongside an elder. But that decision has been made about what that PhD candidate's going to do in conjunction with the community. So you co-design the framework based around the Rangers work program for the year. You get the Rangers work program out and you say to the PhD student, if you're coming out here, this is what you need to understand. This is what you're going to deliver. Do you have the capacity? Well, no, you're not coming out here to do your PhD. If you don't have the skills and you don't agree to do it, you don't get access to this group. So that's the other empowering bit that we're giving back to the learner is you choose to accept the PhD or the academic that comes out. Curtin can't just say, we're going to send you this person. Beth and I have had some very interesting conversations in corridors with some senior people who didn't want to get recorded telling us, you need to be thinking about what you're doing. I think there's, at last count, it was 21 points of change in policy and curriculum design and stuff like that we've affected. So we're having a fun time. Around this, we've designed this program based on a 2-year implementation strategy. And part of that, as Candace said earlier, Beth and I have applied for our PhD to be done here at Batchelor because as far as we're concerned, this is the only place we can come to truly understand whether what we've designed meets the needs of both ways learning, is going to give the journey path of a learner the outcome we want, and will keep us true and honest. So we've applied for our applications in. This is the curriculum we've designed. You want to add anything before we go? Is there any questions? Happy to, as I said, happy to share the design development behind all this, this presentation and anything else that you want to know about. No?
How applicable do you think it is to work outside the ranges?
It will be. The ranges are only the incubator. So there'll be governance that business students can come and do. There'll be law units that you can come and do. There'll be... teachers can come and do this, and they can take the cultural learning away and use it as a science subject. There will be aspects. One of the things that we're looking at is each one of these knowledge domains represents a slice that would go into a mainstream students unit as well. So 25% every mainstream student learning at Curtin University's Science and Engineering faculty will be one of these, and we'll just slide it into those units. So non-Indigenous people start to get an understanding of what is ESG, what is cultural burning, what is eDNA from an Indigenous perspective.
Can I add to that? There's other micro-credentials and integrated award offerings that Curtin do that extend this in sort of tangential ways as well. So it's not just sort of all about the ranges.
Yep. So they'll all be paid a stipend.
Cash?
Yeah. So there's a stipend. So depending on how that person comes to us, whether the community says they're elder, I think it's $950 a day that we pay them. Yeah. If they're a academic within a university, it's $650 a day because it's already part of their job. So we've got a sliding scale of how much they're paid. But we're also developing a postgraduate grad cert in Indigenous knowledges that'll be based around what I would call self-directed learning modules. So it's an empty shell. That elder comes in, they give us their knowledge, it gets talked about. The non-Indigenous academic says, yes, that's exactly what we would expect to be coming from that person. We would have other elders from that area or knowledge holders say, yes, that person's talking the truth. And we would then accredit that person with the knowledge. And then they would, by the end of it, they would end up with a graduate certificate, a graduate diploma, and a master's moving on to a PhD. One of the things that I kept getting told by the elders, do not offer me an honorary PhD. I'll spear you, Zane, get out of here. They wanted, if they're going to give us the knowledge, they wanted the piece of paper that said the same as the white fellow that was coming into the room. So that's a big part for us, is we're creating, I would rather have a Masters in Indigenous Knowledge created here at Batchelor, and that I would send elders here and they would get accredited by Batchelor to then come back to this course and to then deliver this course. Because it's not a tokenistic object that's hung on a wall, you know. So yeah, thank you for that question.
Also, there's an academic scale, and this is the problem. And so at Batchelor, we certainly recognise like bush professors and elder knowledge as being equivalent to a PhD.
Yeah.
So we'll be paid the same at the same rate and the same level as someone with a PhD.
And that's the bit that we've done, is we've said we'll pay you at that level, but we're also going to recognise that knowledge by giving you that piece of paper that would be equivalent to that knowledge you've just provided. So Uncle Johnny doesn't just have to have that cert to 67 years old, that old fella, but hopefully before he climbs the stairway, we can get him his knowledge recognised in a formal way.
We have that capacity.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Can I just say, sitting here today, hearing the people prior to us talking, and especially the Batchelor statement, it was great because it's stuff that I've constantly said through the process. And people kept looking at me going, saying, come on, it can't be true. I said, you've got to come to Batchelor and understand it. The DNA diagram that Beth put up before, part of that is the learning designers. So the learner designers there, we've gone out to industry, and industry being the mining sector, and we've asked them for each one of those knowledge domains to contribute $250,000 for each one of those knowledge domains, so that we can employ and build our own Indigenous Learning Designer team. So there'll be 8 Aboriginal people trained and qualified in curriculum design and teaching and learning, developing this curriculum with us. So at every stage we can, we're looking at having Indigenous hands and knowledge and eyes on this. So at present, we're at $1.5 million. By the time we finish this curriculum, it'll be $8.5 million being spent on developing and creating Indigenous learner designers.
How's the recognition of the professional capabilities of rangers going? You had just touched on it in your talk there, but is that a long timeline, or it looks like
2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years?
We'll have the undergraduate certificate up, the associate degree and the bachelor's degree, which will allow us, at that point, we can start the Fair Work Australia work. We've already got 2 unions and 3 employers to agree to take the court case and establish a national award. It's the other, between 4:30 and 6 p.m. that I do. You're right, Helen.
Sorry, I'm just thinking aloud. So I imagine you would have the justice argument with your peers about, well, how come there isn't a legislated salary for designated for rangers
Yep.
at a particular scale, given that it is fundamentally a stolen wages issue when you look at paying the CDE.
Yep.
Like, I just like, my mind boggles that that's how they're paid.
Yeah.
Because it looks quite deceptive when the advertising, people, rangers for country, caring for country projects.
Yeah.
And
Depends on who's employing them and how they're employed. They're either coming under the Community Sectors Award, which is like the driver for the AMS or the gardener for the school. So they're either being paid under the community sector or the Aboriginal Community Organisation Award or one of the other lesser awards, but it's community sector at this point in time or CDP top up.
oh, it's just
It's one thing that I have to be careful of because I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, but I'm certainly pressing the space, yeah. You can't be aware of the knowledge and not do something with it, yeah. Any further questions? Yeah?
I work in the food and botanicals industry as well as
Yep.
doing my masters now. And one of the issues that we face regularly is that when you share your knowledge, someone takes it away and makes money on it.
Yep.
And so how would you protect, you talked about protecting ICIP, but how do you do that? Like when I've spoken about Wattlesea,
Yep.
collecting and stuff like that, there were non-Aboriginal people setting up businesses using my knowledge. So I now start my workshop saying, you are privileged to learn from it, but you are not allowed, you don't have my permission to make a business out of this.
Yep.
So how does that get embedded in your project?
So all of our contracts, even our learner contract, when you sign up to a tertiary institute, you sign this statement that says your learning material becomes the property of the university. In our process, one of the things that we've set up is the university doesn't own a learner's knowledge. The student doesn't have to leave it in the repository. They can say, once it's assessed, you hand it back to me, it's no longer the university's. If you see it appear anywhere on Curtin, you can call it and say, I want it removed. If the community gives us that knowledge, we're working very closely with Terry Jenke around a lot of this. So we're actually building a knowledge domain about data sovereignty and ICIP governance. So there'll be 2 micro-credentials around that we'll develop because, as I said, rangers give so much information. There's 200 and odd something PhDs have been created on First Nation knowledge, and we actually want to go back and pull back that knowledge and go, hey, hang on, what community did you get that knowledge from? Where is it? Now, we've all seen that book from that bloke called the Bush Tucker Man. And one of his publications acknowledges or recognises the women, and it was mostly women that he went and spoke and stole the knowledge from, are acknowledged in his books. So we've, as a First Nation person, and Beth as the guardian of contracts in this space, have gone, no, that stops at us. We don't allow that to go any further. Every contract now that comes out of the credential space has ICIP conditions in it where you own it, it's always owned, and it shall forever day be owned by it. We're actually exploring the use of AI in making sure that anything that comes into us is read by an AI, it's catalogued and classified, and anywhere it appears in our curriculum, if somebody comes back to us and says, I want that removed, we then go to the AI and say, please remove this piece of knowledge and anything associated with it. So it'll look, paragraph either side of that body of knowledge and go, remove this, but also you need to consider this bit of knowledge. Does it formate from an ICIP from a First Nation person? The work that's been, there have been some very heated conversations and a lot of coffee drank where we've gone out and spoken to a lot of people about what are the implications of AI in First Nation knowledge. So we're building it inside a secure repository. So we'll have a firewall around all the ICIP. It will be taken through a quarantine corridor where an AI says, yes, we've accepted it, we've classified it, and then it's brought inside and then it's put into curriculum. So that nothing happens outside of the firewall, and we can identify, once we've finished this, it won't be just this picture looks similar to that, do not use it because it's a First Nation image and we don't have authority for it. It'll be, this sentence came from this First Nation person, do not use it because we don't have approval for it. So once we identify something as First Nation, we then have to get a letter approving it. And that will be given a code, and it's a unique code for that piece of data, and we'll be able to track it. We've been very, very careful about this because I don't want to go back home to Doomadgee and cop a spear in the leg because I've stolen somebody else's law. And that's the big thing for me, is making sure I don't have to go in front of my mob or somebody else's mob, because that'd be embarrassment for my family and my ancestors.
To add one other point, we're also making sure anyone we contract with who are non-Indigenous, we require their contracts to pass on our obligations to any of their subcontractors as well. So we're sort of pushing this really intentionally, that anyone who comes within a whisper of this ecosystem respects ICIP, whether they're contracting directly with Curtin or they're coming in via a contracting arrangement. So we've been very intentional about protection here. And as Zane said, lots of really big conversations.
Terry Jenk helped about data sovereignty because we're at that point.
Yeah, we've actually got Terry's team helping us write the knowledge domain on data sovereignty. Yeah. There's the commercial unit also. Her guys are helping us develop the micro-credentials around contracting and engagement. Yeah, and that one's a really interesting one. That's being funded by the Attorney General's office out of the Commonwealth. They've actually said, hey, can we buy that unit off you? We want to fund it. The beauty of it too is the funding might come from someone, but they get zero say in what's said in it. So Rio Tinto actually, they are funding the seed unit. They actually want the rangers to know more, because for them, right now they're paying $2,800 for a acacia seed, a tonne of acacia seed. Less than a third of that tonne is productive. So they've gone, we want the rangers to know better so that we can pay more and get a greater outcome. But they have zero say in what we teach.
That raises issues of provenance.
Yeah. That's why the 17 eco zones are 14 eco zones are identified. So seed doesn't travel outside of that provenance. And the ranger groups are being trained on what that actually means and not to do it. You need live seed for rehabilitation, yeah.
We've got acacia seeds in Africa,
Yeah.
the gubbin, which is a protective plum, over in South America, over in Brazil,
Yeah.
over in Spain, now in China.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, we're dealing with a lot of those issues all the time.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
It's good. I mean, you're going to have quite a few things to deal with.
Yeah.
Especially if you're dealing with mining.
Oh.
That's been an industry which has been very extractive.
Yeah. We'll get there. I think as long as, and that's why we want to do our PhD here, so that anything that we're doing is going to be seen by multiple First Nation eyes. As we do it, we'll come to master classes and stuff like that. The graduate school will be involved. There'll be other knowledge holders that will ask us on a regular basis what's going. And then we are not relying on ourselves to do this. And I must admit, there's a bigger team, like Professor Stephen Van Leeuwen is the leader of the team I'm in. There's Heidi Mippy, Andrew Knight, Fred Yassi from the Centre for Aboriginal Studies. We've started, we've headed down and we've got the Indigenous staff down there knowing what we're doing. We've got we've got 3 Indigenous deans now, we've lost one, and we talk regularly to those. So at Curtin we talk to a lot of Indigenous people, then we're talking to the ranger groups, then we'll come here and we'll keep feeding back here. Transparency is the only way this works, because if you guys are knowing what's supposed to happen and you hear something on a community, you can go, hey, that's not happening, you said it was going to happen, fix it. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zane and Beth. Can all the presenters come up and receive a gift from our chair, Pat Anderson? I'll wait until Pat comes up and then we'll call you out one by one.
Yeah, just stand here.
Okay. Robin Heckenberg, Pat Torres, Sadie, Caroline and Claire, Dr. Helen, Dr. Rob, Zane, Uncle John and Auntie Mavis.
Thank you, darling. Here you go, my darling. It's a gift from me.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you for your speech too. It was really nice, really enjoyable. And thank you for generosity to us.
May I have a photo too?
Cynthia.
Where am I at inside the lobby?
Sadie,
This was really good. You really tried. You too. Thank you. Dear Helen, lovely to see you.
Oh, right. I'll send it.
So in front, so you can't see the podium.
In front of it. Stay right there.
Stand at the back.
Scoot in. Do we need to scoot more?
Breathe in, squeeze.
Skinny one there.
Everyone looking here?
Everybody say, Kimmick!
Kimmick!
Man, good.
Which way? Thank you. Thank you. You're just wonderful.
Thank you.
I've got father and Newcastle
Hello, could I just get everybody's attention, please? Yeah, just tell everyone that there's cake. Yeah. Yeah, there's cake outside if anybody wants to go and have some cake while we settle in. I'm feeling so famous right now.
Seo ngapa.
Kaimili.
Mayem.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Albaila kapasiuman, kawabat baradaraw mabaika. Kunarakan, au kay mabaigal. Kunarakan au mabaigal. Waray kay mabaigal. Waray mabaigal. Larakiao kay mabaigal. Larakiao mabaigal.
Aranda kay mabaigal. Aranda mabaigal. Lara kiau kay mabaigal. Lara kiau mabaigal. Arandau kay mabaigal. Arandau mabaigal.
Around our elders and people and their surrounding tribes, clan, and or skin name.
Albailak apa siuman? Gumul kaka. Wagedogam. Panay. Maid. Sipingur. Koi mabaigal. Mabaigal. Badu Island and Mabiag Island people are Maluilgal. It literally means people of the sea. Aden, 1904, page 110. Ray, 2003, page 68. We have a lineage from contact through traditional history to Mua people, which is close to us, to Badu and to Mabiag. We are in the western islands of the Torres Strait. The back of our island, of course, is the Arafura Sea. We are Torres Strait Islanders.
Midikid?
Midikid.
Hello, hi. Ngai Mavis?
Ngai John.
Nizon?
Ni Mavis. While we're talking about land care and language care, or language care and land care, and we talked about it this morning, and we want to thank ESO or all the previous speakers. I think it's important for us to give our contribution to the history of Batchelor. I know that a lot been covered, but I think it is important for us, from the Torres Strait to also acknowledge our views and what we think of Batchelor. We consider the position of Batchelor Institute of Indigenous Tertiary Education, BITE as we commonly know it, today. We started as Darwin Community College, which was mentioned by previous speakers, and Alice Springs Community College in 1974. We are celebrating the 50th anniversary today, 13th August, and of course tomorrow, 14th August 2024. The Institute has played a pivotal role in developing two ways education and continues to practice this approach, which was conceptualized by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and non-Aboriginal academics. There are many who contribute to this dynamic paradigm shift, and we want to mention by name Associate Professor Veronica Aben, both ways and beyond, to ensure that the inclusion of cultural standard happened. We also acknowledge her to become the first Aboriginal director to Batchelor Institute, with the tremendous support from the chair, Gachal Jekora of Batchelor Institute Council. And of course, we want to acknowledge Sister Pat as the present chair, and of course the council. And Sister Pat is a household name up in the Torres Strait. In addition to Dr. Rob McCormack, the brother of myself and Dana Oba, is also a household name up in the Torres Strait. Yes, he tried, like he said today, to write the common units with a team of Indigenous academics. People like, today we have Professor Catherine Kilby. Dana was there, Oba, Tom Oba, of course Dr. Robin Oba, John Reed, and there are many that contributed. Like I said, that some are here, past students of the common units. So when the common units was mentioned, it filled our eyes with tears of both sadness and of joy. Auntie Mavis Barney was one of them. I came down to help Dana to work with Dr. Rob to set up, to contribute the Torres Strait Islander perspectives into it. And Dr. Rob mentioned about a class that when he was asked to leave, Auntie Mavis was in that class. She remembered. And she was one of the main instigators. In fact, Rob, I want to say that in public. And this is our way of looking at things. And that was a turning point. And both students and staff learned. And there was drama. People were talking about their place of belonging. They talked about it in passion. That's why I said last year to the elders that were here that this place is the place where all ceremonies meet. And that is one thing that lures us to come here. Professor Catherine Gilby summed it up really well in a 2016 doctoral thesis titled Privileging First Nations Knowledge in Education, Looking Back to Move Forward. I think that captured everything. Just in that title, of course, you can read it, but the title says it because she was one of the game players with Dr. Rob and them. Young person trying to learn herself. Today she's now a product, a bachelor, a professor. Much has been invested into educational programs that are founded on the both ways philosophy, both academically and of course culturally. In this way, Indigenous languages of First Nations people of Australia has been encouraged to be spoken, taught, and learned in alongside English. All ceremonies are hosted in an appropriate cultural setting and initiated by the Kunarakan with the Warai, and of course bordering us, these two traditional owners are the Larrakia people. And this includes the Aranda, traditional owners from Mimbatwa, Marla Springs area. Indigenous languages have been an instrumental teaching and learning tool for students to showcase that they have a community history in this safe cultural space. It was through the traditional languages the former students, present students, experienced a glimpse of the unique style of presentation by the traditional owners. Our particular focus in this presentation is on the practice of the graduate school of higher degrees and research. We elevated to that level to match it. Okay. Okay. Batchelor Institute and the Desert Knowledge Center at Mimbatwa fits in well with the theme of celebrating Indigenous brilliance at AATSIS 2024. And of course, NAIDOC theme 2024, keep the fire burning, black, loud, and proud. Language care for land care. We are both speakers in Mabiag words, language, or dialects. The traditional language plays an important part in our delivery of knowledge to the wider community. The language itself has term related to the knowledge of Gumulgal people. And research, well, this is the recent research findings, WAP 2020, related to Warrior's manuscript of 281 pages in Mabiag language text. Which was written in the late 19th century, showed that the language connects to a wider diaspora. I'm talking from an island here. This manuscript said, hang on, there's something much more bigger than us. And it's in Mabiag text.
In one of our Mabiak Trocus Lager sea journey, song going back to Cairns from Swain Reef, outside of Rockhampton in Queensland, the term Gururid is mentioned. It means a spine. Mabiak language speakers are aware of the term Gurid, which means the back of a human body or an animal. But the term Gururid does not refer to any island environment, but to the part of a big mass of land. But the more general term to use is Daudai for continent. Daudai is used for the big mass of land like a continent. So we in Mabiak language call Zay Dagam, Dogam, Daudai, Australia. For PNG, Papua New Guinea, we call it Naigai Dagam, Dogam, Daudai. The term Gururid is only used in a traditional songs by Mabiak language speakers for the Great Dividing Range.
The Great Dividing Range, or the Great Divine, symbolizes it. One interesting aspect of it is that it refers to underwater part of it as well. It is like the unseen part of the spine. Wow. Dr. Mary Ellen Weber, NASA astronaut. In case we didn't tell you, but we have to tell you now because we're excited, and of course we ate cake too, and that's why I was probably thinking of going back to seconds. The impact of Batchelor Institute on Indigenous tertiary education across the land, sea, sky, and cyberspace. That is the reason we put up that photo. We met Dr. Weber in Cairns. Dr. Mary Weber is an American female astronaut who traveled twice to the outer space. We met her with Catherine, Sister Evelyn, and young Ruth from Batchelor Institute. It was the Illuminate, Far North Queensland, 18 to 20 August 2022, igniting the future with ancient knowledge. So, wow, it was a moving experience. Because Catherine, and we want to thank her publicly, gave us the opportunity to deliver a small PowerPoint presentation on Usal, the Seven Sisters, and all of us have associated with this constellation, and Baidam the shark that we associated with it up in the Torres Strait. And in the Western science, they call it the Ursa Major, the Big Bear. And they were the two slides. In fact, it was Baidam the shark, the second slide, that we talked to her about. Auntie Mavis spoke in Mabiag language. I interpreted it the best I can. It was the Baidam the shark dance, composed by her father, and also he did the choreography as well. The astronaut was so taken back, so amazed when I said to her, interpret exactly what Andy Mabel said, that when we dance to that constellation, we dance in parallel to that constellation, the movement and the behavior of that shark constellation. You can just imagine she was sitting there in the space shuttle looking up, looking at it on a parallel angle. So she was probably thinking, how come someone from down Earth was thinking, seeing it on a parallel angle? But that's the beauty of indigenous knowledge. And it was really appropriate for us to deliver that. And that's why we want to thank Catherine to give us that opportunity. It is important that Torres Strait Islanders and Aboriginal people beyond their stories. Stories are important to our people. They give value for life. They are meaningful. They are about a belief system. They are about moral values. They are about directing us as human beings to interact in the society. It is important that Torres Strait Islanders technology and Aboriginal people beyond their stories. Stories are important to our people. They give value for life. They are meaningful. They are about a belief system. They are about moral values. They are about, it is important that Torres Strait Islanders and Aboriginal people beyond their story. What's the next way? One of the narratives we are using is the narrative in storylines and songlines. Some of the words, ancient words, are in our songlines. They're not actually in the spoken words that we use every day. And we found this out by listening to the songs, and that's how we were able to find Guru Read. Next one. So if you have songs in your country, it'd be very interesting to find. Stories are important to our people. They give value for life. There it is. They are meaningful. They are about a belief system. They are about moral values. They are about directing us as human beings to interact in the society. Good. Next slide. we need to look at things differently. If we are to further enhance the Indigenous knowledge space through our continuous writing on different approaches and knowledge delivery. And I presented that slide when we recently visited a conference with Catherine and others to the, it was a postgrad conference. And I talked about that slide. And after my talk, after our talk, they picked it up straight away to look at things differently. And I was happy that that is an Indigenous perspective, that others were now using it in the mainstream. This is Auntie Mavis Barney, you'll see her, trying to use nursery rhyme, First Fight Forever, Queensland Government initiative through the State Library of Queensland, interpreting the nursery rhymes in language. Lagoyet wayadin, mi kagoyet wayadin, keda may kadimuratay daydin, kadimuratay daydin, muratay daydin. So she's waving a fish, little fish there. One, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive. Doing a project, thank you for Batchelor 50th. Research committee to give me a small funding, to do a project. And I thought, well, we're not out there all the time to explain our art to people. So why can't I pick it up, I suppose, listening to children programs, to Auntie Mavis and others, and say, okay, like they always talk about talking pictures. I said, why can't I think about doing something where we're not there, but the art is talking about itself? And I thought about the words, the example was Guru Read. There's 2 pictures up there. One is of an ocean. I was flying in from Alice to Adelaide. I took that first picture. You're looking at the Great Southern Ocean. So, Adabad, salt water. Here, if you're standing right in the middle of the Esplanade on Thursday Island, you're looking at Cape York. That's salt water. It also names Adabad. So first, people will be attracted, children. They are curious about pictures. And then they want to know the word. So that's another way of saving language. Language pictures actually do the revitalization and maintenance of the term or of the language itself. So you know they're doing it. it's the picture doing it. So that I'm doing that. I'm still in the middle of it. Some more ideas have come in about this moving art project. Yeah, the interesting thing, of course, I had to find it out myself. Now, that is a very familiar bird up in Torres Strait. I mean, especially if you're in the coastal area, seagull that we call keke, and we always knew that keke. We still got keke, but the language written as keki. So I thought, well, I put keki in just to make people aware that, guys, we have to read as well, because elders have recorded this, not us. So that's another way of luring them to read. We deadly at talking, we are deadly orators. But if you want to get that knowledge like Warrior did, 281 pages, it's out there, sitting there. The other one, very interesting. You may say, Uncle John, there's wallaby or kangaroo up in Torres Strait? No. But we have a word. So that just got to show you that at one point in time, there was that association. Maybe there was a land bridge, and we talked about Guru Reed before the water came up. So we have a word for wallaby and kangaroo. So a lot of people don't know that. So that's another example of a picture explaining itself. Say, guys, we have a word for wallaby and kangaroo too up in the Torres Strait. And the word for it is usar. We always roll the R at the back of our language words. Eso as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle John and Auntie Mavis. That ends our day. There is a live performance over at the hall, followed by a traditional barbecue at 5 p.m. if you all would like to go over and have a look at that. Thank you all. Is there any questions before we go for Uncle John and Auntie Mavis? Catherine?
So Veronica Arvin, she did hers through and half of hers was written in Arabana, but then there was always the translation. So Uncle John had a manuscript written in old Mabua that he then translated into English. So the simple answer is no, we've never had a full, certainly Dr. Bishop had sections that were in Punarakan. We've never had a full thesis that we've had to get examined and translated in first language. No one's asked. But we would say yes if they did. The examination process would be a nightmare, but but that's okay, we would go. find it and how did you find it? Where was it?
Yeah, nearly cost me $3,000 actually to, and I said, wow, you know, they probably thought I was rich. So with the help of Melissa Raymond, our librarian at the Desert Knowledge Center, Batchelor Institute, she helped me track it down, and we were able to track her down to the National Library in Canberra. So we were lucky there was a copy made in 1981, and it's been sitting there all this time. And here we were trying to talk to someone in the UK and to find it, to Cambridge.
The manuscript is sitting, is it under Buckingham Palace or it's under the library in?
Well, yes, probably, yeah.
Cambridge, yes.
Yeah, so it's just sitting there, kind of thing, the original copy of it. And if you have any important documents like that sitting in archives, get them, because that's your knowledge, that's your dictionary. And and I want to add this note to it, that he was an informant. He was one of the informants for Alfred Court Haddon in 1898 when he led a group of other researchers to study Torres Strait, because he was worried that we were a dying culture. So he decided to come back. He first went in 1888 as a zoologist, and then he saw people, he talked to them, recorded a few stories and that and words. Then he came back because he said, "Oh, I need to come back." So he went back to England, got his anthropology degree, came back as a principal researcher and anthropologist. So while he was working for him, of course, he shared stories, knowledge of the people, but like I mentioned to Catherine, I think what Warrior did was he deliberately wrote the manuscript in language, and the language content is more detailed than what Haddon recorded. So either Haddon didn't get it right, or he just wanted to write the way he wanted to write. But I think at that time the people were protective of the knowledge, so that was another way of safekeeping. So 2024, we can read that. We can read the story. The story in the page might be that long, but in one year, in Warrior's manuscript, it might be 2 or 3 pages of the story. So it's more detailed, and words like say Guru Read and other words like that we have that are connected to other places that we don't have. Words of people that probably went through, and there's no recorded history, but the words, the language travel with people. So it's just sitting there, and I was so interested to read it, and inspired one time was, Jeremy Beckett asked me to look at it, and with the support of Catherine and others, I decided to do that for my master's. Thank you for the question.
All right, everyone, I think that concludes today's event. Again, there is a barbecue, a traditional barbecue over at the hall, and there is a live performance, so if you just want to go down there.
Where's the live performance?
Mystics, yes. I don't know that band, so
Well done, Candace.